Hello mates, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself please. I'm Muhammad Nur Khalid from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, one of the authors of this great event. I'm pleased to be joining, as we know that this agenda invites top speakers from Indonesia and also overseas. Of course, this becomes an exciting packaging, coupled with the cooperation of proceedings such as AIP and the Atlantis Press. All guests, during the registration process until today, the committee is always ready to help me when I experience obstacles. This good service is also what you all feel. I hope the other departments will also organize an event of this magnitude, especially in Indonesia, because organizing an event of this magnitude becomes one form of existence of a department. Besides that, author can disseminate the result of his research as one effort of perpetuating the name to quality writing. So, thank you. Enjoy the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lutfia Septiningrum. I am from Telkom University Information System Department. I am one of the presenter at the International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education. Thank you for the opportunity. Here I want to say that my impression of this event is very good. The organizing committee provide information and instruction quickly and easy to understand. And the material at this conference is very variative, so it motivates me to increase my curiosity in the field of mathematics, statistics, and of course in the field of education. The conference was very exciting, especially if later it could be held offline. It will be even more fun and interesting because we can meet and get to know the other presenter. Thank you once again to the I-CMME committees and all participants who have presented their knowledge here. Nice to meet you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Agus Susanto dari Universitas Bengkulu sebagai salah satu peserta I-CMME Conference di Universitas 11 Maret. Pada kesempatan ini ingin menyampaikan banyak terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada panitia seminar yang telah memfasilitasi, memberikan pelayanan yang sangat memuaskan, responsif, helpful, yang siap selalu membantu memberikan informasi yang dibutuhkan peserta seminar ketika kami mengalami kesulitan. Dalam waktu yang relatif singkat, I-CMME Conference sangat bermanfaat. Kita bisa sharing informasi, berbagi ilmu pengetahuan dari berbagai narasumber yang sangat menginspiratif, seperti apa pendidikan matematika dan matematika sekarang dan masa depan. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih, maaf jika ada khilaf, dan semoga senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat semuanya. Insya Allah ketemu pada I-CMME Conference berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdul Kohar. I am from Mathematics Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. I am a participant in this International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education organized by Magister Mathematics Education Universitas 11 Maret. I am very impressed with the committee of this international seminar, who always give a quick response to the participants if there is a problem. In general, the implementation of this international seminar was very good. The speakers were very good. The committee and technical implementation were also good. Finally, congratulations to all the organizers and participants of the seminars. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo semua, saya Kimura Patartamba dari Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Pelita Harapan. Saya senang mengikuti International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021 ini. Saya mengikutinya sebagai presenter. Kesan saya, pelaksanaan konferensi ini sangat sistematis, panitia juga memberikan informasi sangat responsif, kemudian akomodatif, pertanyaan-pertanyaan kita cepat juga untuk ditanggapin. Jadi saya sangat senang mengikuti konferensi ini. Terima kasih buat panitia dan semua juga yang terlibat. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Maulin Nu'man. Saya mahasiswa program Doktor Prodi Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Saya berpartisipasi di International Conference ini sebagai pemakalah. Kesan saya terhadap panitia TOP BGT top banget. Panitia yang sangat cepat responnya terhadap pertanyaan, keluhan, dan bantuan-bantuan yang terhadap hambatan yang kami alami sangat membantu saya mengikuti konferensi ini. Terima kasih panitia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Muhammad Gana Isnawan. Saya adalah salah seorang pemakalah di International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret pada tahun 2021. Saya adalah salah seorang mahasiswa S3 Pendidikan Matematika di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, dan saya juga merupakan salah seorang tenaga pengajar di Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Mataram. Izinkan saya pada kesempatan kali ini untuk menyampaikan kesan saya selama melakukan kegiatan seminar ini. Pada intinya, saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa kesan yang saya miliki terhadap penyelenggaraan International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education pada tahun 2021 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret adalah kesan yang cukup positif. Pertama, informasi yang diungkapkan atau yang terdapat di dalam website cukup membantu saya mulai dari tahapan pembuatan akun sampai dengan penguploadan abstrak, penguploadan full paper, melakukan pembayaran sampai dengan pada penguploadan video, dan penyelenggaraan seminar ini cukup komprehensif di sana. Semua prosedur, semua langkah-langkah dan informasi yang ada cukup tersedia maksimal di website tersebut. Selanjutnya, saya ingin mengucapkan atau memberikan apresiasi yang cukup besar kepada panitia penyelenggara yang mungkin diwakili oleh admin yang ada di International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education ini. Admin memberikan respon yang cukup cepat, memberikan respon yang tepat ketika kami, mungkin khususnya saya, ketika mengalami masalah pada saat penguploadan paper. Sebagai contoh, saya pernah mengalami kendala ketika mengupload paper. Menyikapi hal tersebut, saya langsung menghubungi admin, dan admin tanpa membutuhkan waktu yang cukup lama, mungkin sekitar 5-10 menit, sudah memberikan respon dan memberikan solusi kepada saya terkait permasalahan yang saya alami. Selanjutnya, pengingat yang diberikan oleh admin pun cukup memberikan pengaruh yang banyak kepada saya. Mungkin ketika batas pembayaran atau batas pengumpulan abstrak, batas pengumpulan full paper, dan lain sebagainya, atau pengunggahan video, admin memberikan atau menjadi pengingat yang cukup tepat, sehingga kami bahkan tidak ada yang sampai telat melakukan pengumpulan video. Baiklah, mungkin hanya itu kesan-kesan yang bisa saya berikan terhadap penyelenggaraan International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education pada tahun 2021 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret. Pada intinya, saya selaku pemakalah mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak panitia dan penyelenggara kegiatan seminar ini. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat bagi kita semua. Amin ya robbal alamin. Yang terhormat Bapak Rektor dan seluruh sivitas akademika Universitas 11 Maret, khususnya program studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika, Ibu Bapak narasumber, seluruh tim panitia International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education, serta teman-teman presenter dan partisipan I-CMME. Tidak mengurangi rasa hormat, mohon izin saya akan berbicara menggunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih komunikatif. Perkenalkan, saya Nani Ratnaningsih dari Program Studi Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Siliwangi, Kota Tasikmalaya, Jawa Barat, Indonesia. Saya daftar sebagai presenter dalam kegiatan I-CMME ini, mengucapkan selamat kepada seluruh panitia I-CMME. Semoga kegiatannya diberikan kemudahan, kelancaran, dan sukses sampai publish. Saya menyambut baik dan memberikan apresiasi dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya terhadap kegiatan I-CMME ini, karena kegiatan ini dapat memfasilitasi kami sebagai dosen maupun sebagai mahasiswa S1, S2, dan S3 dalam mendiseminasikan hasil riset ataupun ide lainnya. Kesan saya mengikuti kegiatan I-CMME ini sejak mulai registrasi, kemudian submit abstrak, upload full paper, dan upload video presentasi tidak mengalami kendala yang berarti. Hal ini dikarenakan semua informasi, penjelasan, schedule, dan lain-lain sudah ada di web. I-CMME sudah terdeskripsi dengan sangat jelas. Selain itu, ada grup khusus presenter WhatsApp. Setiap hari, pagi, siang, sore, atau malam, panitia selalu mengingatkan kami. Update informasi, progres sabit abstrak, upload full paper, kemudian upload video presentasi. Apabila kami mengalami kendala, langsung diarahkan sama panitia yang ada di grup tersebut. Pokoknya pelayanan dari panitia luar biasa, melayani kami setiap saat, siang dan malam. Kami merasa terbantu, senang, dan memberikan apresiasi. Sukses I-CMME 2021. Mantap!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend our warmest welcome to participants of International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021 with the integration of STEAM-based innovation learning in mathematics and mathematics education during pandemic. We thank God Almighty because of the blessings and graces we can gather at this event. The Honorable Professor Dr. Renat Sajidan, Magister of Science, as Vice Rector of Universitas 11 Maret. The Honorable Dr. Mardiana, Magister of Science, as Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty. The Honorable Professor Dr. Slamet Subiantoro, Magister of Science, Dr. Dewi Kusuma Wardani, Magister of Science, and Dr. Jono, Magister of Education, as Vice Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty. The Honorable Lecturers of Undergraduate and Graduate Program of Mathematics Education Department. The Honorable Dr. Laila Fitriana, Magister of Education, as the Chief Committee. The Honorable Speakers, Professor Dr. Zulkardi, Associate Professor Dr. Mazdini Adnan, Dr. Imam Sujadi, Dr. Melumet Turekun, and Dr. Christoph Penefesi, and all of the participants of International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Salma Fauzia Wardani. As the Master of Ceremony will host this event, let me deliver the agenda of today's event as follows. Number 1, listening to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, the speech from the conference chair, the speech and opening remarks from the Vice Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, the plenary session from speakers that will be guided by moderator, and last but not least is closing remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is supported by IGI, your conference partner specialist, ready for you https://ikaigi.com, and L-Sheets Project, the best guide to managing innovative project, opens partnership at https://elsyits.com. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to our first session, listening to the national anthem of Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. continue to the next session, now we invite our conference chair to give the speech. For Dr. Laila Fitriana, Magister of Education, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, Profesor Dr. Renat Sajidan, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher and Training Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Mardiana, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, the Honorable Parallel Speaker, the Honorable Organizing Committee members, and all distinguished guests, participants of the International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021. First of all, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy. It is such a great pleasure to welcome you all to International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021 could be held as planned. I-CMME 2021, which held by Master Program of Mathematics Education, raised various issues in the field of mathematics and mathematics education. Therefore, we take the theme integration of science, technology, engineering, art, mathematics, based innovative learning in mathematics and mathematics education during pandemic. STEAM approach play an important role in distinct integrated learning that encourage students to use technology as a medium to think more broadly about a problem, support learning experiences, the problem-solving skill. In addition, the existence of art also play a crucial role not only as a spirit subject, but also as an access point for value to other subjects. So that talk this conference, all these issues could be discussed together. We are extremely grateful to Professor Dr. Julkardi from Universitas Sriwijaya, Associate Professor Dr. Majlini Adnan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia, Dr. Imam Sujadi from Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Krista Fenifesi from Finland, and Professor Wilner Oliver, the founder and the current director of Govan-Beki Mathematics Government Center at Nelson Mandela University in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. We also much to you, the distinguished speaker who have taken time out of your busy schedule to share your experience with us this day. We appreciate your willingness to openly share your knowledge and experience. On behalf of the organizing committee of conference, allow me to deliver several points of report as follows. I-CMME is followed by lecturers, researchers, practitioners, and students from the various regions in Indonesia and overseas countries. The abstract, which has been accepted from this conference, are 122 articles, where it consists of 25 articles from mathematics field and 97 from mathematics education field. Overall, participants of this conference consists of more than 500 participants in total, both talk, Zoom meeting, and live YouTube, coming from various institutions around the world. Parallel sessions are carried out asynchronously to website and live on YouTube. This method offers flexibility, easy to use, and encourage more discussion. We offer the discussion open access for public and freedom for asking questions as well. Lastly, we would like to express our gratitude to all speakers, sponsors, all crew on duty, and to everyone cannot be mentioned. We do apologize for being uncomfortable in our service during the program. Hopefully, this seminar activity will continue to be a means to deepen the knowledge of mathematics and mathematics education, as well as expand the fraternal network. See you in International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2022. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laila, for your speech. Then we continue to the next session. We invite Professor Dr. Renat Sajidan, Magister of Science, to give the speech and opening remarks of today's event. For Professor Dr. Renat Sajidan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Salma. Honorable all the invited speaker, Professor Julkardi, Associate Professor Dr. Maslini Adnan, Dr. Imam Sujardi, Professor Mehmet Turikin, and Dr. Christoph Venefesi, Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Head of Master Program in Mathematics Education, Universitas 11 Maret, distinguished guest, committee, participant, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education, I-CMME, which is organized by the Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. The main themes in this conference is integration of STEAM-based innovative learning in mathematics and mathematics education during pandemics. As we have witnessed, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted most sectors in our lives, including education, that most of us involved in. Many business processes in the school and universities as the suddenly change in responding the pandemic and the subsequent government policies to restrain the transmittal of this virus. Therefore, today's event is dedicated to providing a scientific forum to share and discuss some issues related to mathematics and mathematics education, with particular emphasis on the STEAM-based innovative learning. I strongly expect that there will be some innovative ideas coming from this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank the presenters as well as non-presenters participants for your enthusiasm to participate in this event. I believe your contribution will be beneficial for the development of science and in mathematics and mathematics education, and eventually for the higher education and society as a whole. My gratitude also goes to all invited speakers coming from some countries like USA, Malaysia, Finland, and Indonesia. We will learn their perspective regarding the current issue. Lastly, I would like also to congratulate the Dean of and the committee for making this event successful until now. This international conference is also in line with the vision and mission of Universitas 11 Maret. Universitas 11 Maret has committed to contribute to the sustainable development, not only in the national level, but also in regional and international environment, as we are fully aware that in today's globalized world, contribution of universities should be promoted to a wider spectrum. Finally, I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and again, thank you very much for participating in this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Retna Sajidan, for your speech and opening remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is the main session that will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Farida Nurhasanah, Magister of Education, and Mrs. Aprilia Nur Utami, Bachelors of Education. So for our first moderator is Dr. Farida Nurhasanah, Magister of Education. Dr. Farida Nurhasanah was born in Klaten on the 3rd of June in 1981. Now she is a lecturer of Mathematics Education Department in Universitas 11 Maret. Her expertise fields are mathematics, education, and geometry. Her educational background is mathematics education, and she completed her bachelor degree in Universitas 11 Maret, then her master and doctoral degree in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. For work experiences, Dr. Farida was a teacher at Al-Azhar International Elementary School, facilitator in Tanoto Education, and facilitator in GTK Ministry of Education. Dr. Farida was actively doing researches like Hibah Doktor, PPKGR Research Group, Unggulan, and research on hidden education funded by Research Institute of UNS and other grant research. Dr. Farida has also published many publications in mathematics field like analysis of students' cognitive styles from 3 different frameworks in 2019 and other publications. So without any further ado, let's continue to our main session today. For our first moderator, Dr. Farida Nurhasanah, Magister of Education, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salma. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sure.
Okay. The Honorable Rector of Universitas 11 Maret and also the Vice Rectors of Universitas 11 Maret, the Honorable all the committee members of the I-CMME, and then the head of the Dean of Faculty of Teachers Training and Education Faculties, and then all the keynote speakers and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, it is an honor for me to be the moderator of these sessions. And then, dear ladies and gentlemen, for the first sessions, we will have 2 prominent keynote speakers in the field of mathematics education. The first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Zulkardi from University of Sriwijaya, and then the second keynote speaker in this first session is Associate Professor Dr. Mazlini Adnan. Hello, Professor Zulkardi. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, hello. Assalamualaikum.
Oh, nice. Waalaikumsalam. Nice to see you here, Professor Zul.
Same to you.
Hello, Professor Mazlini.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. It's very nice to see you again here after the I-CMME conference.
Of course. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. But before we go through the presentation time, let me please introduce our prominent keynote speakers first for all the audience today. I will start from Professor Dr. Zulkardi. Yeah, I'm sure that all Indonesian mathematics educators are already familiar with him because he is also one of the founder of Indo MS. Professor Dr. Zulkardi is a lecturer in Universitas Sriwijaya Palembang. And then his expertise, of course, in mathematics education, especially in realistic mathematics. And he got his doctoral degree from University of Twente, the Netherlands, and then he got master degree from two universities, from Universitas Indonesia and University of Twente, the Netherlands. And then he got his bachelor from Universitas Sriwijaya. I'm sure that he already got a long working experience, but I think in this session I only would like to mention about three working experience that right now he is involved with. The first one is as an assessor of Jurnal Nasional in Kemenristek, and then the second one is as a reviewer in Eurasia Journal Mathematics, Science and Technology 2020. And he also one of the trainer of realistic mathematics education in Siamio for Cedapin Mathematics. Yeah, I just signed the invitation from him last month, I think. He has a very extensive experience in research. Okay, there are some hibah grant from PMDS Udikti, hibah profesi from Unsri, and then competitive grant from Universitas Sriwijaya, also hibah profesi, and then postgraduate grant from the Ministry of Education, Culture, and Research. And he also has very extensive experience doing collaboration research with Utrecht University. And about the publication, yeah, we are not doubt about his publication because he also the founder and the chief editor of Journal of Mathematics Education. The only one journal of mathematics education which already indexed by the Scopus from Indonesia. I just would like to mention some of the publication, for example, like long jump in Asia Games, context of PISA-like mathematical problems, and developing mathematical problems of PISA-like, and uncertainly data content football sport of Asian Games context in 2019, and still in 2019. He also has two more research related to PISA. First is with the title PISA-like football context in Asian Games. And then the other is developing PISA-like mathematical problem using the 2018 Asian Games football and table tennis context. So the research really impressed about how realistic mathematical education involved in his study. And then I would like to continue by introducing Associate Professor Dr. Adnan. She is a lecturer in Department of Mathematics, Faculty Science, and Mathematics University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. And his focus in mathematics education is about STEM education. He got bachelor degree from the University of Malaya, and then he got his PhD and master degree from National University of Malaysia. Her working experience since started from become as a teacher, just like me, but different level. She has an experience teaching in secondary school for almost 4 years in the field of mathematics and additional mathematics. And after that, she also has an experience as a tutor in UPSI in 2003. Her research mostly get granted from at least 6 research grants as the main researchers, with 2 of the grants are EPM grants and 13 other projects grants. She also already has 5 chapters in book and 100 articles indexed by journal output, including 19 capstacnians and 397 citations in Google Scholars. And some of her publications, which is related to STEM, probably in 2021, yeah, the recent publication, the development of STEM discovery learning module in differential equation, a need analysis, and then literature review, development of STEM learning in Indonesia based on variation of subject, media, and strategy of study from 2015 to 2019. And the last is metacognition of junior high school student in mathematics problem solving based on cognitive style. So the mechanisms of fixation, probably first, I will give an opportunity to Professor Zulkardi first to deliver his speech, and then after that, I will give to Professor Mezlini to continue. Then after that, we will have a question and answer session. So each one of you has 45 minutes for present your presentations. Now, without further ado, I would give the time to Professor Zulkardi. First time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hasana, Farida Nur Hasana. Yeah. She's one of the top graduation from UPI, as I know, because a number of lecturers always mention that she is the one who chose the dissertation in English, even though she is now is graduate from UPI. Also now she is also as one of the leader in the CME of KITAB, I guess, or Sumandiono. Also one time I really appreciated her because number of time my friend Professor Berinder Kaur, I always meet her, she always ask about what is the situation or the development of this PhD, no, during that time PhD candidate, but now it's a professor candidate now, right now. Okay, that's my interest, and thank you for introducing me with the very nice. Okay, now can you see my slide? No? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, my title is a little bit not far away from the theme, I guess. It's a realistic mathematics education during pandemics. And of course, in the end, I will put some new realistic context, but in the beginning, more focused on the realistic mathematics education, because mathematics realistic education also is really to the realistic context. My short CV now, nowadays sometimes we ask to put one slide, short CV. Sometimes the moderator, for instance, don't have information, then we can use this kind of CV. Okay, but everything is already mentioned by the moderator, especially the last one. This is I'm one of the Indonesian representative from Indonesia, in I-CMME. Okay, my agenda is about introduction and profile, and RNA and periodontal. This you see in the world is a very nice art of periodontal in the Periodontal Institute while we are visiting there. And a little story about adaptation of RMA to Pendidikan Matematik Realistik Indonesia, and of course an example of innovative learning environments on primary, and some new COVID-19 context that recently and maybe later on we can still use and still effective with the COVID. Of course, about who is periodontal anyway. he is the founder of International Journal Educational Studies in Mathematics. This is really the top journal now in the world, besides a journal for realistic mathematics education, Jeremy from NCPM. Now the editor-in-chief is Arthur Baker, one of the lecturers in the Utrecht University. Frodenthal, one of the president of I-CMME, and he is actually a mathematician, but finally he think and he thought about mathematics education, and during that time he think we need one of the conference that relate to in mathematics education. That's why he initiated what we call I-CMME. Now I-CMME is like Olympic in the sport. It's a 4 years every time, every 4 years. And the last July in Shanghai, but of course in online mode. And next 4 years will be in Sydney, 2024. And Frodenthal also the founder of institute of what called Frodenthal Institute in Utrecht now. And of course, he is the founder of Realistic Mathematics Education. Recently, just start from 70. And this is an award for Frodenthal, given to the really expert in mathematics education research, and every two years, every 2 years, it's given and announced in the I-CMME. Okay. Well, just mentioned this is a Hans Frodenthal building. In order to respect to him, Utrecht University develop or build building. Actually, this is mathematics department building, but the name is Hans Frodenthal Gebouw. Gebouw means building. Every year, there is like a small exhibition about the story and the photo, the books of Frodenthal in that building. I remember we have a chance to go there, and during the time 2019, Professor Maria van den Van Hoosen, one of the experts in mathematics education, especially in the early childhood mathematics, she is the chair of the exhibition during the time. The interesting of the day of Frodenthal during the time is there is her son, his daughter, Miriam Frodenthal, and also his grandson, Bastian. The Bastian, the name of Bastian is mentioned in the scientific journal with the title "Walking with Bastian." That's the initiation of the born of the realistic mathematics education, because Frodenthal start talking and discussion, also give tasks to the Bastian how to solve the problem, realistic problem during that time. One of the we call expert that really relate to the adaptation of RMA in Indonesia is a Professor Jan de Lange. During the time in 1994, he is a director of Frodenthal Institute. He also what we call the father of HISA. HISA standing for Program International Student Assessment, developed by OECD. And in mathematics expert, the head is Jan de Lange for the three sessions. I think his research, or very good research, is about how to use contact in mathematics education. He is also the award winner of International Design and Development in Education. And also Jan de Lange 2 or 3 times went to Indonesia. And the first one is 1998. He doing recruitment for PhD student during the time in 98. And the next 2 years, in year 2000, Jan de Lange also came to ITB, and Professor Kuno Grappenmeier, one of the top mathematics education, Martin Nock and Sifa Bana, I think Professor Farida Tao. Now, this is Professor Zapendi, also from UPI. And this is Professor Li Pingyi from NIE. Okay, let me call Young Doctors, International Advisory Board, the team, and also the founder. A lot of implementation and dissemination in the form of workshop, seminar, general course, and that the result is a number of school. They mentioned about primary model, primary mitra school, primary school. This is example of the in the area of Palembang, a number of experts come to the Madrasah Ibtidaiyah Negeri 2 model, and really interesting and make the students happy because they are really interacting, and even they are teaching, so that's really and this is both in the school and also in campus. Here in the school, but here we brought the school and the students from the school to the campus, and we integrate with the workshop, with the lecture, and also with the teacher. So that's kind of integrated workshop. It's very interesting during the time. A number of people from Netherlands also coming and saw the activity of the students doing mathematics. Realizing mathematics also, of course, have activities in the teacher education or for student teachers in the Faculty of Teacher Training or EKIP during the time. And this is very important because the future teachers also need to learn some innovation like the primary. Then finally, when they are teaching, they can use in school. And besides the student teachers, we also doing professional development for teacher in KKG and also in MPI for senior high school or junior high school. Besides realistic mathematics education, there is also design research method that really integrated with the realistic mathematics education, because in order to learn realistic mathematics education in a good way, we have to design. We have to design the learning materials. We have to design the materials as a product, then we can try it out in school. This is an example for us. It's with the new book, I think, it's quite new, 2009, written by Arthur Baker, Design Research in Education. And this is also good for student teachers, master students, also PhD students, and also for the lecture, because there is also a number of guidelines how to guide the student. For me, as a team also, of course, as a team in primary, we use design research, and in a long time, we result in a number of product. The first one is a journal on mathematics education. Now it's one of the top journal in Indonesia, and also the top 10 in the world. If we use the standard Scopus Index in Simagogi. Of course, this journal is under guideline, the guide from UNSRI and also from Indonesian Mathematics Society, because this journal is built based on the situation during the time in year 2010, when I'm the Vice President of Indonesian Mathematics Society. I found there is no journal on mathematics education. That's why I tried to build that journal, start from 2010. Now, finally, the journal is in a good quality, and index by Scopus and Simago. We, especially myself, invite all of the participants, if you want to submit your article, good article, of course, please submit to Journal of Mathematics Education. Who knows? Because sometimes the articles not written by the professor or doctor, sometimes by the master student, even the undergraduate student, but of course with collaboration with their lecturer. The key, of course, you have to use the template and use the focus of the journal, the research in mathematics education, of course. Usually, we really accept the full research, not the half of it. Yeah, the product of designers also, we have a small ESDDE conference we call CDR. This year in UNESA, and last year in we stopped because of the COVID, but last year we did the CDR in the Sanata Dharma. We have also a portal of primary, we call p4mary.net. On this also is good. We have a master and PhD program special for PMRI in UNSRI, in collaboration with Utrecht University. And we have also a new research area, how to develop and to design PISA-like task. Later on in this presentation, I will use a PISA-like task, my research based on the COVID-19. Okay, this is the journal that I mentioned, the blue journal. This is logo of Indo-MS, and it is UNSRI. Okay, and this is this journal. When we visit the Utrecht University, the journal is put really on the top of beside others. Good journal from all over the world there. And this is a CDR, the first CDR UNSRI, and then the CDR moved to the LPTK, Padang, Banjarmasin, Aceh, Sanat Dharma, and Yogyakarta. Okay, maybe next time will be in Solo, for instance. This is what we call primary center in UNSRI. We have a program I mentioned S2, S3, or Master and PhD. We focus also on the what we call summer course, summer camp program about realistic mathematics education. This is portal of MRI. This is really good for the newcomer to learn realistic mathematics education, because a lot of example here, even the example of the many theses, from the international master program, full report for thesis from UNESA, also from UNSRI. You can download it from here. This is what we call thesis and dissertation page. And this is a lot of people, author or no user coming and download. For instance, there is a dissertation of the former informal student like Cynthia, Ariadi, and Aljupri. This is also from the project of PMRI. Now it's a lecture in UPI. Aljupri and Ariadi is a lecture from UNDA. Both of them now almost professor. Ariadi now is in the process. You can download all of the dissertation, also the thesis. A lot of thesis here. And this is also the title. For the master student, a lot of example, then they can tailor and can learn. And of course, in the back of the thesis and the appendixes, there is also a sample of learning activities or RKPD, used by the master student when they did research in the school. Because from Netherlands, master student, also PhD students should do research here, in Indonesia. PISA-like task activities, this is very important and very interesting because number of country now become growing, like in Indonesia also, yeah, from about 70 countries all over the world. Indonesia now in the rank of the 60s, yeah, for mathematics, and it become the growing, yeah, because the next PISA 2022, yeah, especially 2021, but because of COVID, so moved 2022, and this is the new framework, yeah, that OECD use it. The OECD use what we call problem-solving cycle. Here is a use of the dominantly mathematical reasoning from the formulate the realistic context. Then the student have to formulate the realistic context or realistic problem, and then have to employ or doing mathematics. And finally, the results should be interpreted and evaluated. And this is the last. If possible, they can also make a new cycle. Yeah? This is very interesting because the goal is a competence. It's about 20% skill. And also the context is like the same, yeah, personal, occupational, societal, and scientific. Okay, this is one of the example of a PISA-like task. This is not really PISA problem, but the use of context and the use of the competence. This we call PISA-like task. This is a blue sky in the downtown, because in the Utrecht, I remember when I visited Utrecht, seldom the color of sky in Utrecht become blue like this, because the Netherlands is the lowest sky in the world. Usually the sky is never blue in years, or maybe in months perhaps. Yeah? Okay, what time was this photo taken? Explain your reasoning. This is kind of example in the level of understanding, because the students should be understand that in each tower there is a big watch. Yeah, this is watch. But most of the students sometimes fail to solve, because they just estimate, okay, because this is blue sky and very bright, maybe it's about 9 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. What session is the time? Well, this is also the clue of the session. The clue of the session. Who wants to try? Who wants to try? What is session now in this picture? What session is the time? Hello participant. Would you try this problem? What session is the time? And what time? Farida, want to try?
I guess is that in fall season? In fall season?
Sorry.
In a fall season, I guess.
Fall season?
Yes.
Yeah, what is the reason?
Because I see that the leaves of the plants, from the plants, it is almost impossible in the autumn, of course.
Yeah. This is most of the student teachers, also teachers during professional development program. They answer fall, autumn, and the reasoning is really the same, like you mentioned. But in fact, if we see from the science education, there is wrong, because from the science education, we can see from the leaves, 4 season or autumn season. That's mean as half of the leaves still, still in the tree or still on the tree, but half of them is already falling down. So that's why a lot of people use for wedding session or pre-wedding photo, because number of leaves both in the tree and also in the bottom. And even during the time, there is a very interesting song, what we call falling leaves, autumn leaves. The autumn leaves, the red and gold. You see, the leaves still can be seen, red and gold. But here, there is no leaf anymore. Yeah, there is no leaf anymore. And that's from the sign indication. If there is no leaf anymore in the tree, that's mean after falling, after fall season, that we call winter. So this is winter. The answer is winter season. So, sorry about that. And so the position of the sun. You see, how do you know the position of the sun? In the left or in the right of the tower? Again, Farida, please.
Okay, I will try. I think from the pictures, I guess from in front of the tower, in front of the tower, because it's quite clear without the shadow at all.
Yeah, in the front, but more to the left or more to the right?
I think to the left of my hand.
Okay.
My hand.
What is the reason?
Because the composition of the color seems like brighter. My left hand is a little bit brighter rather than in the right hand.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. And also the number one, what the time, what is photo taken?
I don't know, because I never been go to the first season country just by this year, next October, but I will guess it. Probably around 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. But well, in fact, you can see from the watch here, it's 15 to 4.
I didn't see the shortest one.
Yeah, so this is also one of the interesting. Okay, anyway, that's example of the PISA-like task. That means we give the student context or situation or photo, then we ask them to solve the problem and also to communicate their reasoning. So that's the idea of the PISA. Yeah. Thank you. It's also an example of the context from Compass, I guess. The island of Malamber, the title of from Compass, sail for 2 billion. This is in the east of Indonesia, I think. Yeah, Pulau Konservasi Penyu, yeah, dijual 20 million. Yeah, this is also there is a story about that. What is the area of this island? Yeah? And the island says no area. Why? Because there is no length and width. Yeah, that's sample of the joke. If we just use the area using parallelogram, yeah, without the use of the real context, this is a real context. Yeah? We can because if you want to buy this area on this island, of course, people need the area. Yeah? Okay, it's also one of the example that we can use a starting point. Yeah, context is really a starting point to learn mathematics. Using context like this, we can we can ask and student directly get involved because student want to know what kind of this one. Yeah, Sometimes from this picture, we can ask for the student the two well-known question from NCPM nowadays. What do you notice and what do you wonder? Yeah? What do you notice mean we ask students with this picture, what do you notice with this picture? And the student directly doing like a brainstorming, discussing with their pairs or their groups, yeah, what kind of this picture and what they notice about this one. And sometimes there is concept, okay, this is geometry, this is very nice, a lot of comment, they notice. And then we also ask the student, what do you wonder? What do you wonder mean the thing that really is still in question with them. For instance, what is the top view of this one? For instance, get the top view. Yeah, how can we see the shape from the top? So that kind of what do you notice and what do you wonder? This is also one of the example. What do you notice with this one? We can ask what the hate of the red back, and how and why. How do you know and why? So that's kind of a good question to student. So the first one using context, we can ask the student, and of course they'll be interesting to they'll be interested in to start learn mathematics. Yeah. This also we can give the clue. For instance, and this is the clue for the second one. Maybe the first one is a little bit hard because there is no clue. But the smart students sometimes they use this clue. They use the stairs. They use the store. So they know the store is about 2 meters. The stairs sometimes 1 meter more. And if we give the clue, if Ratu 170 and what is the height of the? This is one of the big red bag. If we want to make one, I think, ISA, for Netherlands office. Okay, for the COVID-19, we can use a lot of data, a lot of information that we already find in the internet. This is one of them. This is I get it. I think it's a little bit more. Last year, 12 September. From this diagram or the picture, we can see a number of people affected, and then also dead. Yeah. This is this kind of how to use the data and ask the student and ask them to explain, to give the reasoning for them. Yeah, the idea really want to help them to aware about the virus, so that from here we can also give suggestion to them, suggestion how to survive, because one of the 21st century skill is to how to survive in the global situation like nowadays. Who knows become up to now the vaccine people in Indonesia is about 20%, while in Europe or United States already 70%. So that's why in last week Liga Inggris or English Liga for football, for soccer, they already start, and we can see the stadium is full, full from the supporters, and no one used the mask, and of course, based on the discussion that all of them is already vaccine, yeah? 2 times vaccine, and also negative from the COVID. This is also one of the example, situation of COVID-19 in Arab, in Mecca. We already know that usually during Hajj or Umrah in Kaaba, a lot of people, maybe sometimes 100,000 or million people together in Kaaba, or we call it's tawaf. Tawaf is mean walking around Kaaba about 7 times, and now during COVID there is a rule in this picture like this. You see, this is mathematics kind. Then when I ask a question about this to student teachers, also to the teachers, not so many people, of course they are interested, but not so many people can answer, for instance, the 4 and 5. Estimate the total of people, and what is the strategy of the solution. Yeah, even number of students, also teachers, count one by one. But the smart one is using segment. Using segment, they divide this area using 4 in the quadrant, then try to count by one. Not so many. Yeah, this is a very nice strategy. But besides mathematics, we also learn that we have to aware, and that we can see the awareness of the Arabic government to survive, to make people survive from the virus. Okay, these also activities that I did to my students in the undergraduate during the COVID. During the celebration of International Day of Mathematics, you know, last 2 years, UNESCO stated that 14 March is a P day, because, you know, P day is 3.1514, 3,14 in bahasa. So there is a activity during because during COVID last year, the UNESCO asked the students all over the world to develop poster without text. Poster without text with the theme is how to survive by the virus. And I asked my students, semester 4, to follow the challenging poster challenging gallery. It's poster challenging, and in fact, about 1,500 posters submitted to the UNESCO committee during that time, and 90 of them is the winner, 90 from all over the world, and 3 of them is from my students, undergraduate student. This is the winner poster, my undergraduate student, and you can see from here. And the title of the poster is Trigonometry in COVID-19, Ratio and Spreading of COVID-19, and this is work from home. You can see work from home is very nice. You can see father and mother working separately, and the kids play with mathematics manipulatives, and also the student here, because the winner is a woman, and also there is the watch. You see, this is 14 March, and outside there is a virus. Outside it's really bad. So Ibu Farida, I ask you because Universitas 11 Maret, that means every 11 Maret is the birthday of the Universitas, and because International Day of Mathematics is 14 March, so this means it's almost exactly the same, yeah. So maybe you can also ask your student to join or to make activities based on the international to celebrate the International Day of Mathematics every year. Yeah? Okay, and then we also have activity during the pandemic. We call a scavenger hunt. Yeah? The scavenger hunt, that means, well, in bahasa it's a berburu barang bekas. Yeah? Berburu barang bekas. I asked my master student, this is the result of the group of master student, to, let's say, find object or everything about mathematics around them. Yeah. And this is the result of this one of the group. Yeah. I don't know, but this is most of this in general, but this is like a carrot, yeah, what we call rubber, and South Sumatra is a lot of rubber, and this is really match. You can see here, very nice, what you call carrot, carrot, yeah, this is also what you call pro carrot, and this is the product, yeah. Okay, this is what called scavenger hunt. Yeah, some neural context, of course, we can use nowadays. The new one, how secure is my password? Yeah, this is not really mentioned, but this is for the future of the mathematics. Because password, password for the computer, also password for the ATM, it's really number, number, and this is related to the quantity, and like in PISA, but the problem sometimes a lot of thief or not good people to use our password. The second one, which is the best food for lunch? This is a question really during the time we use for Gojek or GoFood. Yeah? We use GoFood, and but in order to find which one is the best, we can see from the result, from the star or the few number of few, from the people who already used the restaurant, you can use it. So this is very important based on the statistic result of the user. What are the right controls for my game? Is also very interesting in new geometry, a new root of geometry now focus on the coordinate, but the application of the coordinate system is really like how to play a game in computer. Am I normal? This is really also a new real context, especially during the COVID. Am I normal? For instance, saturation, the number of our oxygen in the blood. We call it saturation. We can use oximeter by ourselves to, let's say, to know our saturation. Normally, we have to know the number that normally is 90%, 95% until 100, yeah. Less than 95, that means we are not normal. Our oxygen is not normal. Less than 90, that means we have to go to hospital to have additional oxygen. That's also a new thing that we have to know. Of course, before this, we already know that what kind of size of our blood, for instance, the urine, for instance, the asam urat in bahasa, and also the other. Okay, this is a kind of am I normal? So we have to know the application of the number in our hair. Yeah, think this is the end, but because of the pandemic, the COVID, mathematics now is become separated out and also have intertwined with other subjects, and also with other subject also everything like health in our life. I think this is my end of slide. Maybe we can continue during discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zulkardi, for very enlightening presentation. So about how using context, and then as the context can be used also to teach mathematics and incorporate with another subject like science. Very inspiring. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to our second keynote speakers in this first sessions. Associate Professor Dr. Mazlini Adnan. I think times is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farida Hasana, the moderator for this morning. So I'd like to share my slide, yeah. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all the presenter and participants of International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021. Okay, I am Associate Professor Dr. Mazlini Adnan from Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science and Mathematics, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Okay, so my topic that I will present this morning is about mathematics learning innovation with STEM approach in the digital era into online. Okay, so from the first slide, what we can see here. So we can see the before and after the pandemic hit the world, right? So before the pandemic hit the world, we can go or we can do all the activity by doing face-to-face. For example, we can go the launching by face-to-face. But after the pandemic, all the activity, all the research we have to do virtually, right? Okay, so this is the difference between before and after the pandemic. We cannot go anywhere. We cannot fly. I cannot fly to Indonesia to go to this conference, so I have to stay in my room. Okay, so as introduction, the COVID-19 pandemic is a global issue, crisis that has caused an unprecedented disruption of the fundamental institution in the public health and economic sectors. Given that 190 countries have mandated the complete or partial closure of the schools until today in Malaysia, a measure that has affected more than 1.7 billion students worldwide. Yes, in Malaysia, we still close our school until today. Maybe until end of this year, we have to close the school and also the institution. Oopsie also. Okay, so life during COVID-19 pandemic is difficult for all, and children are also not excluded. Prepared or not, the world has left with not many choices, and the human being must adapt to the new normal. Since the pandemic outbreak in February 2020, many things, including teaching and learning scenarios around the world, have been drastically changed. So many countries, including Malaysia, have to close the school as part of the measure to control the spread. To ensure the continuity of learning process, there has been a sudden increase in online education. As a consequence, online education platform become crowded with users. Unfortunately, in poorer or rural areas, the teaching and learning process has been limited due to inadequate technological facilities. So, my discussion or presentation this morning, I separate into two parts. So, for the first part, I will share to you the experience, the research experience in STEM education. So, I have to share 6 projects within around the I think 6 slides. So first part is about STEM or STEAM education. So the STEAM acronym was first used in 2001, and then it became STEAM with insertion. The A represent the arts, with some critics of STEM felt was a vital component missing from STEM. And then we put the element of E in STEM, so we call it as STEAM. The element E represent the entrepreneur. Okay, so I share to you the first project. I think this one in 2017, the project called Comic STEM. Okay, Comic STEM that I developed with my team, focus for standard 1 student. This is around 7 years old student. There are 10 series in this comic. Including the theme gardening, for example, and then we have a happy birthday Sarah, we have a picnic at Port Dickson, and so on, and etc. The main character, there are 5 main character in this comic. We call it as Putri Sarah, Putri Hana, Megat Alif, Megat Ame, and Professor Megat Adam. So there are, we call it as a neuron family. So there are 6 series in this comic. Yeah, so we integrate the science and mathematics subject in one comic. For example, we have in science topic, we have the construction of a base shape. In mathematics, we have the topic of shape. So we integrate these 2 subjects in one comic. Okay, what is the teaching approach that I implement in this project? Students will learn and practice themselves. They have to read the comic themselves, and then to think critically and creatively to extract important content from the textbook. So we build the humorous script and drawing the funny characters is a fun activity. So besides being able to develop student creative nature. Okay, this is my first project, and then we go to the second project. We have a PIL Cerdas STEM. So PIL is stand for Project Inquiry Based Learning. So we combine 2 types of teaching approach. We have inquiry-based learning, and then one more we have project-based learning. So we call it as PIL or UBAT, PIL. So in this project, we develop 3 modules. In this module also, we have 10 projects. For example, we have rubber band power car, 3R, terrarium, tie and dye, compose, umbrella, and the last project is to do a paper. Okay, so for this project, we won a lot of medal here, achievement, the achievement based on this project. So in this picture here, she is my mentor, Prof. Dato Amina Ayub, our mantan Vice Chancellor in UPSI. Okay, so we go to the third project, MoSTEM or module STEM. MoSTEM. This is with my this project I did with my master's student. So this is there are 3 projects in this module. First, we have Tanglong or Lampion in Indonesian. Okay, Lampion. And then we have second project, column art. And then the third project, we have batik. Actually, we did this project based on the three main ethnic in Malaysia. We have Chinese, Indian, and Malay. So Tanglong for Chinese, Kolam for Indian, and Batik for Malay. So this is for the topic of space also for standard 1 children. Okay. Okay. The fourth project, this is a mini desert STEM at school, but okay, unfortunately, this project we have to postpone because of the pandemic. So inshallah, next year we will do this project. But this project already approved by the UPSI grant. So the project is about we want to plant the banana trees in the school area. Again, in the school area, and then we implement the E-element entrepreneur to the STEM project entrepreneur. Okay, and then we integrate the STEM project because of, for example, we have science related to the fertilizer, mathematics related to the suitable distance between the banana tree, and then the technology part, the plant or the machine, how we want to plant the banana trees or the soil, and then the last element about the engineering, how to design the farm using the STEM element. Okay, so inshallah, we hope that this project will do next year or 2023, but inshallah next year, when the school open for the project or for the students. Okay, next, okay, the teaching approach. Okay, did I mention before, inquiry-based learning project. So the method emphasis on this science skill and attitude, higher order thinking skills, creative problem solving, design and construction of the object-based technology, and encourage children to communicate and work in teams. So there are 4 phases in this field. First, we have inquiry phase. The teacher shows picture, video clips, authentic materials, and ask the children what they know and what they want to know about the, for example, the banana tree. And then exploration phase, the children have to search for the information and design or plan through maybe internet. They can search the object or the material that they want to do. And then we go to the the third phase. We have experimentation. The children invent or investigate based on their design or plan in the second phase. Okay, the last phase, reflection phase. Children have to present their invention or investigation, and then appreciate others' invention and reflect one's experience in the project. So this is we call it as field project inquiry based learning. The STEM pedagogy that we embed in this project, I plus 3E plus 3C. I stand for inquiry, 3E stand for exploring, experiment and experience, and 3C collaborate, create and communicate. Okay. Okay, the fifth project, okay, this one we embed the game-based learning project. We call it as Chessute Mathematics in Chess. Okay, for this project, I already won the gold medal in Malaysia Technology Expo in March 2021. And then for the next innovation or the next competition that I will go for this project is in ITEX 2021 that will be held in November 2021. In ITEX is stand for Innovation Technology Expo. Okay, will be held in Kuala Lumpur in November. So this innovation is an adaptation and modification from 3 original ideas, namely the concept of learning mathematics in the topic of isometric transformation, chess game, and Yu-Gi-Oh card games. Yu-Gi-Oh card games are very popular in Japan. Okay, the topic of isometric transformation consists of three concepts that are rotation, reflection, and translation. Okay, Chastity game is a game based learning that can practice an indoor activity for community and interactive teaching aids for teachers, parents, and students. Moreover, Chastity game can improve mental health wellness. So we call it as Chesute. Chesu in Japan, the chess. The meaning is a chess, Chesu in Japan. So TI for isometric transformation. Okay, this is the fifth project, and then the last project that okay, this is the teaching approach, game-based learning, enjoy learning process, just follow the flow. Okay, this is the teaching approach when we develop the Chesute games. Okay, the last project that I want to share with all of you is about the development of STEAM textbook integrated character education with wisdom teams for primary school students. So this project is collaboration with three universities, UPSI, and then we have Unimus in Semarang, and one more university is Universitas Ahmad Dahlan in Yogyakarta. So in this project, we use the historical house. For example, we have Rumah Kutai in Perak, Malaysia for UPSI project. And then for Unimus project, they use Rumah Joglo. And for UAD, Tugu Yogyakarta. So all this type of house, they are very special or very unique house. That's why we want to embed in this project. Okay. Okay. Then the teaching approach, we put two main character here, the character education and also the local wisdom element. Okay, so there are five projects that I share to you. It's about my experience, my research experience in STEM education. Okay. Okay, we go to the part two discussion or presentation for this morning about the distance learning. Okay, distance learning. Okay, based on this diagram, what we can see here, the education 1.0 versus education 2.0 and education 3.0. And now we focus on education 4.0, isn't it? So the number of internet users worldwide in 2005 in education for 1.0, we can see here only 1 billion users use the internet. Okay, in 2011, when we go through the education 2.0, 2.21 billion users, and in 2016 we have 3.5 billion. Okay, how about 2020 and 2021? For sure, 10 times or 100 times users use internet because of the pandemic, isn't it? Okay, so here the education 4.0, we can see here the main characters of education 4.0 is learners as connectors, learners as creators, and learners as constructivists. No more teacher only as a facilitator in education 4.0. So we can see from the diagram here, learners as content producer and sharer, learners as connection maker, open access information, educator and resource guide, learners as teacher. Okay, learners as teacher, expert, access to expert, and diversity of network. Okay, no more problem if you can go to London now. You just click the online at the internet, and then we can see our friend in London, isn't it? In Indonesia also. Okay, so what we can see here, the in education 4.0, the main character in education is a learner. Okay, okay. Okay, the three key concept here that will help we to understand learning in the digital era. So in Malaysia, the three terms Hutagogi, Pedagogy, and Cybergogy we implement in 2018. So the around 3 years, yeah, we implement this. Before this, we just depend on the pedagogy terms, right? Pedagogy. Now there are three key concepts that we will implement in our teaching and learning process. We have Hutagogy, pedagogy, and cybergogy. So what is the Hutagogy means here? Hutagogy, otherwise known as self-determined learning. This is different with the andragogy. Andragogy focus on self-directed learning. Hutagogy, self-determined learning. Student has to determine the learning process by themselves. Okay, it's a student-centered instructional strategy that emphasizes the development of autonomy, capacity, and capability, while peer learning, okay, pedagogy or paragogy, is an educational practice which students interact with other students to attain educational goals. Okay, for cybergogy, cyber, the base word is cyber. So learners' thinking, behavior, and emotion are deeply connected to the culture of computers, technology, and the internet. This one based on Wang and Kang in 2006. So one or not, we have to transfer or we have to shift from pedagogy itself to these three key concepts: Hutagogy, pedagogy, and cybergogy. Okay. Okay, this is my articles with my team, because in 2018, me and my team got the grant, fundamental research grant scheme from Ministry of Education Malaysia, around 60,000 K RM in 2018, based on the three key concepts: Hutagogy, pedagogy, and the cybergogy. So maybe the audience or the presenter and participant of this conference maybe can Google this article if you want to go deeply about the terms or the key concept that I mentioned before. Okay. Okay. Based on this graphic or this graphic, yeah, what we can see, the terms e-learning, online learning, blended learning, and hybrid learning. Okay, what we can say and what we can give the definition of these four terms. Okay, we have e-learning, online learning, blended learning, and hybrid learning. This term is very popular now because of the pandemic. So blended learning. Blended learning, if we can say in mathematics version, we have the intersection between classroom learning and online learning. Okay, that is blended learning. And then hybrid learning. Okay, in UPSI, we use this hybrid learning for our students. So hybrid learning enables teachers to teach both in person and remote student at the same time. So we have face-to-face class at the same time we have the online class. Okay, that is we call it as hybrid learning. Okay, based on the graphic before, what we can see when we use this diagram, I'm sure that all the mathematics students, all the mathematics teachers can relate to this term with mathematics. Yeah. So the biggest one is the e-learning. Online learning is the subset to the e-learning, and then hybrid and blended learning is part of the e-learning and also online learning, isn't it? From the mathematics version. Okay. Okay. This one, I'm sure all the participants know about this term. We have the synchronized and asynchronized. While the online learning, synchronized learning is when students learn the same thing at the same time through a lecture. But while asynchronized learning occurs when students learn the same thing at different times from different place. Okay, that is as synchronized in our teaching for the practical students. We use this type of learning. So our student can use synchronized or asynchronized as a base in their teaching practice to the school. Okay, this is the example. Okay, this the example, the video, the example from my student when they do the teaching practice with the students. With the students, so they use the evening slot with the twins for one for the arithmetic operation. And then one more graphic here, the example when my students use the canvas or canvas to teach the students in the topic of perimeter. Okay, and then the example of activity 2, we have the teaching practice observation. We also use the online observation. The student have to upload all the lesson plan, all the teaching and learning videos in the Google Drive. So we as a supervisor have to check the Google Drive, and then we assess all the teaching and learning process in the classroom. Okay. Okay, so this is here I share to all of you the apps that we can use in our online teaching and learning process. For example, here we have Padlet. I know everyone of you use Padlet in the online teaching. Okay, what is the Padlet? It's a virtual wall where people can express and share their opinions, thought, idea, photos, and image. I use Padlet to make sure all the children or the students submit their assignment or homework here. Okay, so and then why we choose Padlet? It's a simple tool and easy to use. It makes lesson more interesting. Posts can be written via mobiles, tablets, or the computer, and also the most important thing, the registration is free. Okay, one more Jamboard. This is the online whiteboard. We can use digital whiteboard. Allows for remote or in-person collaboration or a shared space. Student or colleagues can sketch out ideas, problem to solve, or draw collaboratively and synchronously. Okay, and then also we can use whiteboard.fi. Also the online whiteboard, or the student can share their homework, or then they can share the task while online learning. The teachers already or automatic can check the students work here. Okay, then we have the assessment part here, how we can assess our students. For example, we have Kahoot, we have Quizy, we have Word Wall, we have Mentimeter, and so on. And then the apps that I learned last week about Discord. Okay, Discord especially more to the gamers, more to the gamers. And then it is like Google Meet but more to gamers, and the most important thing is free. And then for example, when we use Google Meet, we have limited around 100 participants. For Webex, limited to 1,000 participants, but for Discord, unlimited participant. So maybe if you want to know more about Discord, you can explore by yourself, okay? And then we also can gather when we want to do the group exercise, okay? Gather. Okay. We go to the last part of this presentation as a conclusion. As a conclusion, okay, as a conclusion, the pandemic. This pandemic is a new challenge for us, all of us. Whether we like or not, we have to face it. Therefore, we need to adapt and find the solution to ensure that education runs in line with the current state. With that, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Dr. Farida.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Majlini, Professor Majlini. I'm sorry. It's very interesting presentations. Probably let me resume a little bit about the presentation from Professor Zulkardi and also the presentation from Professor Majlini. Professor, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed participants, from Professor Zulkardi, we learned about the history of the MRI in Indonesia for the first time, how the realistic mathematics education from Netherlands were adopted in Indonesia, and through the project of CDR, and then resulted many projects and programs that runs smoothly and well here in Indonesia. And also from Professor Zulkardi, we learned about the use of context for triggering students to be able to do a reasoning process that is very important in these days, especially related to the PISA, the newest PISA framework related about reasoning ability. Okay, and from Professor Mazzolini, we also learned much. We learned about how STEM improved, become STEAM and then STEMI. This is also quite new terms about STEMI. So STEM using arts and also entrepreneur, because usually I heard about stream, but this is something new one, okay? Further than stream, we also include the component of entrepreneur. And Professor Mazlini also has so many projects related to STEMs, such as comic STEMs, and then pill STEMs, and mini data STEMs that can be a very interesting topic to be asked, I think. In addition, Professor Mazlini also introduced us a new term here that is called pedagogy, pedagogy and cyberpedagogy, and also giving some examples how Professor Mazlini teaching and learning in pandemic situation with her students, teachers, of course, how the student use some of the applications, just like Discord, and then also Gather and Padlet. I use also Padlet, and Discord is one of my oldest son's favorites. Okay, he is still in the elementary, but he the one who introduced me to Discord also, Professor Majlini. So I think we have a lot of topic to be asked right now. Now I will open for 3 questions first to the participants. Could you please to write your question in the chat box, or you can also raise your hand to ask your question. Let us see whether we have a lot of times. Okay, we still have a lot of times to do a question and answer until 12 o'clock right now. So please, all the participants, post your questions and chat box or raise your hands. Okay, let me see whether there are some participants who already raised their hands. But before, while we are waiting, is there anything that would would you like to edit, Professor Zulkardi, for example?
Well, actually, I'm waiting for the question.
Okay. We're still waiting for the questions. Hello, dear audience. Is there any question? If there is no questions, probably I have questions. I have a lot of questions actually, but I think I will also wait for the question from the audience first. No? Okay, probably because they're still thinking how. Don't worry, I told you that you can post your question in Bahasa, okay, and then I will translate into English. So please feel free, do not hesitate to post your question, asking question. Don't forget, to my students, you have the obligation to create a question also if you want to get more scores in the first semester. It's kind of obligations. Okay. While waiting, probably I have some question from Professor Zukalbi first, and also for Professor Mazlini. For Professor Zukalbi, as we know that PMRE become bigger right now in Indonesia, and I also involved once. I remember the first step of my career. I involved with the PMRE with Mr. Marpaung. Yeah, with Mr. Marpaung. I initiated the project in my school at that time in Al-Azhar. Yeah, I involved Al-Azhar, become one of the implemented school, PMRE school at that time. It's quite a long journey from the, if I don't mistake, around 2005 or 6 until now. And so far, is there any result, or is there any result related to the improvement, especially the improvement of mathematics ability of the students in primary level, in secondary level, from the first time the PMRE were implemented until today? I think it is very interesting to know about it. Thank you, Professor Zulkardi.
Okay, thank you very much, Farida. Well, I know Farida is one of the group of primary from, we call Al-Azhar, from Solo, also from Yogyakarta. During that time, from Yogyakarta is the head is of the teams of Marpaung and also Suyanto from UNJ. So I know up to now the implementation of PMRI in the level of primary is still continue. Start from the beginning is in the workshop of teacher, and also what we call startup workshop and also implementation workshop. From 3 cities initially, Jogja, Bandung, and Surabaya, but later on become almost the province in Indonesia. But that time is really project oriented from 2001 until 2010, because during that time the budget is given by the government through Dikti, and also the budget from Dutch government, what we call Do Primary Project. And the interesting of the project, usually after the projects, then the activities is stopped, the innovation ended. But now for the PMRI, the project's over, but the activities still continue. Why? Because the project during the time is really starting to build, to reform the mathematics education, and that's why they are developing master program. The government sent a PhD to Netherlands to learn RMA, and then finally they also give, let's say, this project, and after all, we continue with the master program in Unsri. especially, and even PhD program now. We already finished, it's about for primary doctor in mathematics education. In the term of project now, become the new one in the level primary school that we call Guru Penggerak. So Guru Penggerak project is because the project from Mas Nadim should be managed by organization outside the government. So the MIPA project, MIPA primary we call, from Bandung is still open. In the level middle school, I think we still continue, especially by research. Yeah? Most of the lecture in Indonesia, and also student teachers use research, and one of the topic of research is realistic mathematics education. Of course, sometimes with no name of RME or PMRI, but they use sometimes PISA project, PISA task project. But in general, we use the use of context in mathematics, because one of the characteristics of realistic mathematics is the use of context. I think this is one of the example of innovation in mathematics education who make color in Indonesia, beside other things like open-ended, like from Japan, also lesson study, and also contextual from United States. I think that's for the moment, Farida.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zulkardi. Now we already have questions from the participant here. One of the question is, Mr. Imam Sujadi told that one of our students asked Chai to to post the question directly, and then Mr. Imam said that thank you very much for the very interesting presentations, and then his student asked about what are the strategies that can be used to find the appropriate context for a basic competency to be used as starting point for learning. So this is related to just like the example you gave probably about the picture of a big bag, but not everyone can find what kind of context, something like the idea. So could you please give some explanation about it?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the student of Pak Imam. Pak Imam is my friend. He's really active now. It's a number of projects also relating to the PISA and also mathematics education in the level secondary. One of the strategy, how can we find a good context or appropriate context? Is to use photo, for instance, to use data from internet, from the newspaper. As Joe Buller said in the United States, from Stanford, data is about 70% now in the newspaper, on TV. How can we use that data, and how can we ask the students to, let's say, to read the data, to interpret the data, or maybe to make other representation of the data to the graphic, for instance. So that the person, I think the very good context is data. Data science, or data science now is really a sexy, sexy new mathematics in the statistics, even in the level of school, of course. The second one, we use photo. I suggest that mathematics teachers or student teachers to use their phones, their mobile phone, to take a picture. Even you see really mathematics picture or mathematics situation. Then the third one, we also can use the research from previous research, of course. A lot of journal now is available, open access in Indonesia. About 113 mathematics education journal now in Sinta. It's really open, and you can use to see the last, or maybe the new research about and we can see even from the Scopus research, like my journal, JME or Scopus, or there is also new research about the context we can learn from that. The last one, maybe you have to access a number of international seminar like I-CMME, like IRCOM, like PMA, because in that time, expert like this today seminar, a lot of example from Dr. Misliner from UPSI, you can really learn because the speaker try to collect all of the new things and try to present in the seminar. Yeah, that's really strategic in order to find the new context. And of course, the hard thing if you are learn mathematics or realistic mathematics is to find the match content, and the good content it really match with the content. It's not easy. Otherwise, you can find camouflage content. Okay, that's my answer. And about the COVID-19, as I mentioned in my last slide, a lot of things that really relate to our health. We have to know, for instance, oximeter, the number of oxygen, percentage of oxygen in our blood. We can learn from that. There is a ring of mathematics, a number, which one is the normal, which one is not normal. Because if we want to just go to the hospital, why don't we measure ourselves in our house? For instance, our blood, our pens. Even I really have really experienced because last 3 days, last 4 days. I lost my mother and lost my brother. My brother is dead passed away in on Friday, and my mother last today. So it's only 3 difference. And we also learn a lot of things about the mathematics or the measurement relating to the hair. About PCR, which one is negative, which one is positive. So you don't have to learn the positive number in the book, but how can we know that positive means what, negative means what? So that's a good idea for teacher to use that kind of really application. That's kind of mathematics. I remember in I-CMME, the suggestion from one of the tasks for I think Farida also is coming to that, Arthur Baker and also David Wagner, mentioned that now it's really the fact that mathematics is really changed. We cannot just learn mathematics. We have to learn how can mathematics involve in other subject. How can mathematics intertwine with other subject, especially like the health, about Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zulkardi, and I'm so sorry about your mom and also your brother. Very inspiring. I think students will learn about how to create a context. I also remember a few days ago, Judy Hunter also explained about how to use the pictures to teach mathematics in New Zealand. So I think it's quite related also with what Professor Zulkardi explained to us. Okay, now I will move to second question, which is also for Professor Maslini, I think. This question from people, if I don't mistake the name. The question is, what should we emphasize by teacher in learning with limitedness during pandemic COVID-19? Is it the student character or basic method? Oh, I think what we have to do, what we have to prioritize related to the COVID pandemic situation, like right now, whether we need to focus on the student's character or we have also to focus on the basic concept or the basic materials or the 21st century skills, which is also very important to be measured by the PISA and TIMSS. I will give the opportunity to Professor Maslini first to answer this question. Please,
Okay,
Professor Mazlini.
Thank you, Dr. Farida. Actually, all of us, all over the world, have to um, face the situation of the pandemic. And then for the questions, now we use online or remote learning in our teaching and learning process. Okay. Okay. Is it a student character or basic materials or high level abilities like 21st century demands? I think for me, all of these we have to do or we have to face it. For example, actually, the planning in teaching and learning process, how the teachers have plan and implement mathematics learning to their children or to their students. Okay, actually, it's very challenging for us, especially to the teachers, how they want to plan or how they want to implement their teaching and learning. For example, in the rural areas, they have no the internet facilities. So what? Okay, I share to you what the school in Malaysia to do. Yeah, they have the three optional. First, they do online as usual. Maybe 90% of the student can attend the online learning. But how about the rest 10%? So the rest 10% have to go to school and take the module, the hard copy module from the guide, and then they have to do the exercise. All the notes are there, and then they have to pass the homeworks or tasks to do, give to the guide in 1 week. There, that is for the 10% student that cannot go for the online classes. Okay, it's very challenging to the teachers actually. How they want to make sure the students not left behind. Okay, not left behind. But I'm sure a lot of students, a lot of teachers stress. Okay, around I think around 2 years. We face the pandemic. So we have three alternatives. First, we go online, and then we did the survey. We did the survey. How many students can go online? How many students can go offline? And how many students cannot go anywhere? They don't have any facilities to come to the school. Okay, but for some students, for example, here we have boarding schools. We have Mara College student. I think they have not any problems because my son also one of the boarding school students. They don't have any problem with the online learning. For example, if the teacher did the class in the morning, if one or two students absent from the online class, the teacher will ask the friends, okay, where is Ali? Okay, I want one of you to call Ali, and if Ali have a problem with the handphone or internet problem, the school support them with the new phone, with the internet bills they have to pay all of this. So I think for the students from boarding school, from the Mara student school, they have no problem with the COVID pandemic COVID. But I'm very worried about the student from the kita panggil sekolah harian biasa. They left behind. Okay, they don't have any internet option there, and then the teacher also have a problem with the students with don't have any handphone, or they don't have any computers. So maybe our Malaysian government have to do some the drastic action to solve this problem. I
I don't know in Indonesia. Maybe same face the same problem with the, especially for the poor student, or we call it here B40 parents. Maybe the income around 5,000 K below for 1 month. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Mazlini. So it means that almost all, actually, we need to pay attention to not only the materials but also the whole, but probably the proportion, because we cannot guarantee all those skills that are very important can be accommodated by these situations, professors. Yeah, thank you for your explanation, and I think I will read the question for Professor Martin again now, because we have a question from Aprilia, which is also related to STEM and STEAM, and also realistic mathematics, but I will give the opportunity to Professor Maslini. The question is, what actually the differences and the similarity between realistic mathematics education and STEM or STEAM approach, and what is the suitable approach to apply during the pandemic on mathematical learning? So there are two questions, Professor Mazlini. The first is that what are the differences between realistic mathematical education approach and STEM or STEAM? And then the second one is how we implement STEM or STEAM during the pandemic. That's the question. Okay.
Okay.
Please, yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Farida. Maybe the difference between RME and STEAM or STEM or STEAM education approach, maybe Prof. Zul will explain more about that, because I'm not sure. I'm not don't know much about RME. Yeah. Okay, Prof. Zul. Okay, what is the suitable approach to apply during pandemic or math learning? Okay, I shared to all the participants in my slide before about my PIL approach. My PIL approach, PIL, Project Inquiry Based Learning. Okay, this approach I think is very suitable in the pandemic era. Okay, for example, Project Inquiry Based Learning, we have 4 phases in this approach. First, we have inquiry. Okay, for example, today we want to learn about the topic of space. For example, today we want to learn about the topic of space. So for the first phase, we have inquiry phase. We have to ask our student what they want to know about space, or what they know about space. But before the online class, we have to make sure as a teacher we will give the topic to the students and ask them to read little about the chapter. Okay, and then when we go online, we go directly to the first phase. First, inquiry. We have to ask our children or our students what they know about space, and then what they want to know about space. And then we go to the second, space exploration. We give them time around maybe 3 minutes, or for the next class, we will ask them before we go to the next class, we ask them to go or find the information about what they want to know about space. So they have to explore themselves what they want to know about space. That is for the second phase. And then for the third phase, we have experimentation. And then when we come back to our third or the online class, we design, or we explain, or we discuss with the students what is the important things, or all the information about the topic of space. And then the last part or last phase of the discussion of the topic of space, for example, they have to reflect back. But this field approach is suitable, I think, for the secondary school students. For the primary, maybe they can use a different approach. For example, I think in this pandemic era, we as a teacher, in my experience, we can use any approach, same as when we face to face in the situation, because in the online learning, they can use all the information, or all the information they can find from the internet, and then when they want to do the STEM approach, STEM approach, they can use all the things in the house. For example, then they can use the activity, cooking activity, simple cooking activity. For example, they can use or do the sandwich, but we implement the mathematics, the science, the technology, and the engineering parts in our teaching and learning process. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much for the example. So now, Professor Zulfadi, would you like to explain about the differences between realistic mathematics education approach and also STEM approach? Thank you. Time is yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Well, realistic mathematics education, especially primary, of course, this is instructional design theory, instructional learning theory. Bahasa, there is a theory pembelajaran. So instructional learning theory, that means how can we use of a context, use of model, starting from informal, going to formal by scaffolding, in order to guide your student, our student, to learn one of the topics of mathematics. So that's why in principle, mathematics is activity according to Rental. And also we have to guided reinvention, we start from horizontal to vertical using phenomena and try to ask the student to use their own model. So it's really instructional theory, or instructional design theory, or instructional learning theory, instructional theory. So that's kind of a theory. But STEM is really an approach. STEM is really an approach that we combine a number of subjects in order to learn one's like mathematics also. That means we start from mathematics, but finally we can intertwine to science, intertwine to engineering or technology. In CTM, of course, starting from STEM, but of course, like England, that's why in Malaysia, in our college, Professor Manzlini, she really knows a lot about STEM. In Indonesia also now is also start. How can we use the number of like science, like technology, like engineering, and even now we can use art or even entrepreneurship in one lesson. So they really intertwine with each other. That's very now it's very matched with the 21st century area now in global. And that's I guess the quite different instructional theory with the approach. There is also a number of questions that's very interesting. What is different between ethnomathematics and also realistic mathematics? This is from the chat. And well, realistic mathematics is really instructional theory of mathematics, but ethnomathematics is really mathematics that coming from one ethnicity. This is really pure mathematics, and sometimes we can use as a pedagogic. For instance, the Ambrosio mentioned in Indonesia, for instance, what is mathematics? They use from people inside Kalimantan, for instance, from Dayak, means or Java, or maybe Sumatra, and there's really use of mathematics in every life or in day life, and that we call ethnomathematics. Then sometimes it's really have intersection with realistic mathematics, because realistic mathematics also use a realistic thing that we call use of context. But some of the students, especially undergraduate or undergraduate, sometimes they really mix, or they really make the same with RMA or mathematics. Sometimes they use RMA approach, but the content is mathematics. It's really the thing that's really different. Mathematics can both make a pure mathematics and also can also didactic mathematics. So that's the difference. Mathematics that really come up from the ethnic, like like Java, like Sumatra, like China. Okay. That's I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's from the chat I read it. One of the question, primary, how can primary can use for low ability student and how to improve student activity in that method? Yeah, you can read article from Maria van den Panhuizen in the early mathematics, also from disability students. A lot of research for deaf students, for instance. They use realistic mathematics. They use the thing that real. One of the example in the I-CMME, the research from the disability student, we ask the student to write their photo. We ask the student to write their face of their photo, and that's very interesting because the disability students really eager and curious, and finally we can see that they learn symmetry. They learn the thing that really geometry, but with that kind of activity, activity drawing, activity make a picture, make their own photo. I think that to Sophie, my question to Sophie, and Meliana Sapitri is my student in Palembang. Now she is taking PhD in UNS with her husband, I think, Aziz. Congratulations, Melanie. Yeah, I think that's why.
Thank you, Professor Sulkadi. Thank you so much for reading your question there. Again, it's quite related, and I think that realistic mathematics education also has intertwined with the STEM, with the STEM approach, but has different implementation, especially in engineering design process. But probably we can use the context to involve in realistic mathematics education with STEM approach. Very interesting, and we still have many more questions here for Professor Mazzolini, and I will continue. There is a question from Hilda, I think, from Hilda. Are there school standard in implement? Is there any school standard for implementing STEMs? Because there are, because there's still many school using conventional method of teaching. So especially during the pandemic COVID-19, it related to how we adopt STEM into the school curriculum. I think, Professor Mazzolini. Okay, would you please to explain, Vincent? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hilda. Thank you, Hilda. Okay, actually in Malaysia we have Pusat STEM Negara. Okay, actually in Malaysia we have Pusat STEM Negara. Okay, Pusat STEM Negara implement or develop some books about STEM as a guided for teachers. For example, we have the books to guide teachers how to implement STEM in additional mathematics, in chemistry, and so on. But we don't have any standard yet. How with the Hilda question, are the school standards in implement? No, we have no standards yet. But the Pusat Negara, I think, work on it. We can work on it.
We have Pusat STEM Negara, and they already give the example, the guided books, how to implement STEM in the classroom. Okay.
So is that in Malaysia context? In Malaysia context, the government, the negara, provide that, yeah, Professor Mazlin.
Okay, the government gave 100% support to the teachers how to implement that. That's why we have Pusat STEM Negara. Pusat STEM Negara. Pusat STEM Negara support to the teachers and students with the guided books how to implement the STEM in the classroom.
Thank you. It's very nice information. I think there's still a question which is related to this question from Mr. Muslim from UNS, because the question is would like to know related to current situation in Indonesia. Because there are still many teachers who are using old conventional teaching method, for example. But during the pandemic COVID-19, some students probably much cleverer than actually the students can understand very well about the STEM, for example, but unfortunately not the teachers, because the teachers come from old generations. So how to accommodate this situation? Could you please give some enlightenment to us?
The question is for me, Dr. Farida? Okay.
Yes, the question for you, because it's STEM approach, Muslim Akmal.
Okay. In the pandemic era, we have no much choice actually. We have to push our teachers. One or not, they have to learn how to handle with the online teaching. Okay. Actually, in Malaysia, we have a lot of webinar to guide, or we have a lot of online workshop to guide the teachers how to handle the online learning. So we want or not, we have to push our teacher. We have to push them to do the online class. Okay.
So it's difficult questions. Yeah, I know it, but like it or not, we have to push them.
Yeah,
to push them to learn something new. Yeah, well, I did it in another institution in I-CMME for that we need to push the teachers.
Yes, we have to push the teachers.
Okay, still related to this question, Professor Mazlini. There is question from Eka Fitri from Universitas PGRI. The question is very related. What are the special skills needed by the teacher to be able to teach STEM? So I think you can explain a little bit about what preparation teachers need to have in order to teach STEM in their classroom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, special skill. Actually, when we say or when we see the word STEM, so mathematics cannot stand alone. Okay, mathematics is the combination of the three terms more. We have here mathematics, science, technology, and engineering. So from my experience, mathematics cannot more stand alone. Like maybe 20 years ago, mathematics is stand alone. Now we as a mathematics teacher, we know about the content of mathematics, but at the same time, you have to know also the content about science, content about technology, of course. Now we hit the pandemic of the COVID, and then also the engineering parts. But from my experience, the engineering parts is a very hard. How they want to integrate all of these skills to make it the teaching and learning process is very fun, hands-on activity, and meaningful learning to the students. Okay, so as a maths teacher, they have to know three more skills: science, engineering, and also technology. Okay.
Thank you. So it means that the teachers need to learn a lot to be able to implement the STEM, or they have to collaborate with other teachers, yeah, from science teachers or from technology teachers. Okay. And here we have one question first for both of you, I think, before we continue again to the STEMs. In the question here from Tamara, Tamara asking about the fact, yeah, the fact during the fact during the fact about learning process during pandemic situations. Uh, she said that it is we need to improve the student creative and critical thinking about using realistic mathematical education and also STEM. But the fact, yeah, on the other hand, the teacher only deliver the material, and then after that give a question to the students without developing question without developing question in limited time. So it means that it seems like no interaction. What I can interpret from this question. So teachers only give the material, and then after that ask the student to do to solve some question or assignment, and then after that collect the assignment. That's the fact, yeah. The fact in many schools in Indonesia. Could you please give some enlightenment about how we can use realistic mathematics education for Professor Zulkadi, and then STEM for Professor Mazlini related to this situation? How we encourage teacher not to do this, or how we encourage the teachers to implement both the FMA or the STEM to be adopted in their teaching and learning during this pandemic situation. Probably started from Professor Zulkadi first.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, during pandemic, of course, we have to change our teaching, yeah? Our method of teaching. For instance, we are learn theoretical base usually with example, but during pandemic, we have to do make our students doing activity. For instance, how can we ask the student to, let's say, to build a kite, really kite, yeah? Or maybe, as my slide, we use scavenger hunt. How can we define media that's really relating to the geometry shape, or maybe we also can ask our student to write a mathematical poem, for instance, mathematical poem, and submit and put our posting the poem in the web. Or maybe, for instance, how can ask our student to draw their face, and in learning symmetry. That's kind of a activity. That's really what we call STEAM also, because there is art there. Yeah? There is technology, of course, and engineering. That means engineering. That means we design something. Yeah, we develop something. That's kind of engineering type. I think that that's really yeah. Of course, how can we ask our student to use the tool, the thing that relate to the COVID, for instance, like as I mentioned before, like an oximeter. What does it mean in that kind of oximeter, or maybe PCR? Yeah. Also, they have to be aware, and finally, they use it in their life. Then will make their survive from the virus. So that kind of activity, I guess. And for the solo, of course, a number of activities I can edit, because, for instance, myself now use batik solo. And one of the activity, of course, we can ask them to design their own batik, or their mathematics batik, we call. So it's possible sometimes with the backgrounds white color, then we add the operation like plus, minus, multiplication, division. So this can be called mathematics. Who knows, it become very interesting design of batik, then we can use it in the industrial batik. So that's kind of activity. So don't think about the theory, don't think about the concept, but more focus on the application. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much, very enlightening. And Professor Mazerni, could you please? Okay. Okay, I think during the pandemic, the students cannot go anywhere. Just stay at home, right? Okay, just stay at home. Our tagline in Malaysia: stay at home and stay safe. Okay, okay. So during pandemic, I think in teaching and learning process, the main character is our teachers. Okay, and then the teacher have to plan the simple activity that student will do at home. Okay, will do at home, but it must be supported from the parents. Okay, from the parents, because when we plan to do the STEM activity, there are phase they have to plan first. Maybe the teachers have asked to the student to prepare some things. For example, they have to prepare. For example, last week my child have to prepare the leaf. Okay, the leaf. For example, leaf daun. Daun selari, daun jejala, for example. So they have to pick up around at our home, and then show to the teachers how or what are the examples from the daun itself, from the leaf. Okay, and then simple activity when we want when the teacher decide to do the STEM activity. Like I explained before, they have to make sure the student makes all the activity done. When the student have to put all the things, for example, they have to put some flour, how many pencils, how many papers in front of the computer. So when the teacher asks, okay, first step, you have to do this one. Second step, you have to do this one. So with the cooperation between student and teachers, the STEM activity will success. Okay. So the cooperation, the word cooperation between teachers and students supported with parents. Okay, thank you. And I think I will continue again with Professor Mazlini because there are also some other questions related to STEMs. First is in private chat, the question from the committee who forward to me is asking about how to determine the basic competencies of various subjects for a project in a STEM. So could you please give some enlightenment to the participants, Professor Mazzolini? Which question? Yeah, it's privately to me. To my, privately. Yeah, that's why I read from the chat box. Yes. Can you repeat the question? Okay. Okay. How to determine the basic competencies of various subjects for a project of STEM? So how we can determine the competency from, for example, another mathematics, but science and also engineering and also technology. For I think my interpretation is like that. Okay, the competencies, the student competencies. Okay. Yes. That's okay. Right. Actually, in Malaysia, I think in 1980s or early 90s, the Malaysian government decided to make the students 60 and 40. The ratio, 60% in science and 40% in arts. But unfortunately, until now, the ratio, the target is not success to make the 60-40 ratios. Until now, only 19%, 19 student interested to study in the science stream.
Okay, so when we want to implement STEM in our country, we just want to make sure, or we want uh, to attract the students to go to the science stream. That's all. We just want to interact student. So the competencies we put aside, but the focus more on to interact student to do the science stream. That's all. Uh-huh.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I think one small question also still related to this one. From Mr. Bukhari, the question is related to the pandemic COVID-19. Because there must be a major impact on the student achievement. So, do you have any data or information about how the impact on the student achievement, especially of course in Malaysia, here
Okay.
share with us?
Okay, for your information, we have before this we have public exam for the 20 years old students. They have penilaian UPSR, ujian penilaian sekolah rendah for 12 years old student. But last year we don't have any more the exam. Okay, and then in last year also for 15 years old student, we have also the public exam PT3 penilaian tingkatan 3 also start from last year. We don't have the exam, the public exam. We only have the public exam for the student from 7 years old until 17 years old. We just have one public exam, that is CJ Pelajaran Malaysia. But the public exam also we have to postpone. For example, this year, last year for CJ Pelajaran Malaysia last year for 2020, we did the exam around in March 2021. We postponed the exam. And for this year, for CJ Pelajaran Malaysia, for the student for 17 years old, we postpone until the April 2022. So you just see the impact of the COVID. Our student cannot go to school. The school still closed until now. All Malaysian until now, we have already closed the school, the university also, and then 100% online or offline. So I think the public exam and then also the achievement process or the assessment process also postponed. So as a teacher, we just do the assessment by ourselves to make sure our students not left behind. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So it's almost similar in the situation with here in Indonesia. And we still have one last question here, if there is no more, because our time already almost end up. Okay. One question for Professor Mazlini is related to your previous project on STEM Cerdas, related to your STEM comic. Because probably the participant here, Mr. Septian, compare the situation about literacy, okay, but the literacy in Indonesia, reading culture in Indonesia is still need to be improved right now. Professor Mazlini, first question is, what is the target of your comic? And then whether the comic is available in Bahasa or not. Yeah, or not yet right now. Okay. I think you can give some explanation about this. This is, and then after that we will close the session. Okay.
Okay, actually, I have comic stamp here. Okay, this is my comic stamp, and then this comic suitable for 5 to 7 years old students. Okay, 5 to 7 years old, and then I think this comic not for sale because the grant by Ministry of Education Malaysia. I will give for free if you interested for this comic.
Wow. So, Mr. Septian, you can write an email to Professor Mazzolini if you are very, very interested in that comic. I think, ladies and gentlemen, and all esteemed participants, finally, we come to the end of the first sessions of keynote speakers. But before I close these first sessions, I would like to ask Professor Zulkardi and also Professor Mazzolini to give a closing statement about the speech today. And then first opportunity I will give to Professor Zulkardi. Would you please to give a closing statement? And then after that, continue by Professor Mazzolini. Time is yours.
Okay. As a teacher, we can improve our self by learn and also doing mathematics by yourself and by ourselves. And also we can use a contact actually in the pandemic area, so in the pandemic season now, the pandemic time now, to be a starting point for students to learn mathematics. That's we call realistic mathematics education in the pandemic area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zulkardi and Professor Mazzolini.
Okay, last word from me. In the pandemic era, okay, in the pandemic era, we as a teacher or we as a student have to face it, want it or not. Okay, and last yesterday, when I did the survey, what is the best way to make our students learn? Okay, I made this online survey. What the best way that we want to our students learn? The word that impressed to me is the word motivation. So as a student, they need our motivation. They have the motivation to focus on their achievement. So I think the word motivation is the best word to show what our students need now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for both of our keynote speakers for the very inspiring speech today. We do learn a lot from both Professor Zulkardi as well as also Professor Mazzolini Adnan in these first sessions. And I can give a little bit summary is that about actually as a teacher, as an educator, we need to encourage the teachers as well as the student teachers in order to use the realistic mathematics education combined, for example, with the STEM approach in order to try to building motivation. Yeah, building motivation during the pandemic era. Okay. I am Farida Hasana as the moderator. I apologize for the inconvenience, and once again, I would like to thank to Professor Zulkali as well as Professor Mazzolini for the very fruitful discussion after the wonderful presentations. Okay, thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and I will give back the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Farida, for guiding this first plenary session. Now, before we are going to the next session, we will document this first plenary session with the keynote speaker 1 and keynote speaker 2. So for the participant, please turn your camera on. And for the committee, please help to document this session. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Okay, enough. Thank you so much for the keynote speaker 1 and keynote speaker 2 for the great explanation and materials. Now we're going to the next session with our second moderator, So our second moderator is Ms. April Nur Utami, Bachelor of Education. She is a student of graduate program in Mathematics Education of Universitas 11 Maret. Hello, Ms. April.
Hello, Miss Salma.
Okay. Without any further ado, for Ms. April Nur Utami, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Salma. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Aprilia Nur Utami, the Vice Moderator of today's conference. I extremely delighted to see you here and welcome all of you to this event. This conference is about integration of STEAM-based innovation learning in mathematics and mathematics education during pandemic. Our invited speaker today is Dr. Imam Sujadi, MSE. He is one of the expert mathematics education lecturer at Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Let me read his CV. He was born in Semarang on September 15, 1967. His field is mathematics education. His educational background, doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, master degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and bachelor's degree from IKIP Semarang. His work experience are development team on facilitator of TOT on assignment field of middle school directorate and development team of P40K math module research team of ADEM repatriasi and research team of education policy education ministry. Before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. First, Mr. Imam Sujadi will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be a Q&A session. And then now, let me welcome our invited speaker, Mr. Imam Sujadi.
Okay, thanks, moderator, for the time given. Is my voice heard clearly, Aprilia?
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me, I will share my PPT. Can my PPT already visit?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope all is well. First, I would like to thank. Okay, sorry. I will share PPT dulu. Okay. First, I would like to thank for the committee for inviting me. It is a great honor for me to be with great presenters in the seminars. Well, in these great moments, I would like to share ideas based on the research on how mathematics instruction during pandemic COVID-19. This research was conducted in some school at Surakarta Regency. I was motivated to do this research because since the pandemic COVID-19 is not yet gone, we need to reveal what really happens in math teachings to find out the problems and seek for the alternative solutions. The title of presentations is Mathematics Instruction During Learning from Home, Problems and Solutions. The special condition due to the pandemic will result in two events. The first is a bad one that we believe will end soon. We know the pandemics, many people's lost their family, many people lost their jobs that we believe will end soon. And second, there will be some extraordinary good thing that accompany it. We know many people increased healthy behavior. We know many people increase technology literacy. We can do activity, no time constraints, no space constraints, and so on. The policy of learnings from home in anticipating the transmission of the COVID-19 virus raises various problems, such as the school environment, learning facility, readiness of human resources, the condition of students and parents. This condition, we send a questionnaire to 30 mathematics teachers and more than 1,000 junior high school students in Surakarta. The following problem were carrying out learning from homes. In this carrying out learning from homes, we know that teachers have difficulties in carrying out math learnings. Because teachers have difficulties in carrying out math learnings, that students have difficulties in the following the lessons. Based on the diagram, we know that 93% students states that they have difficulties in the following the lessons. Student prefers to learn face-to-face in class because they can discuss with her friend. The student can discuss with the teachers for the learning in the class. We know that 90% teachers say that the student need scaffolding in the process of learning maths. Students say that they find it difficulty to ask a question with the teacher or a friend with carrying learning from home. Teachers have difficulties in assessing math learnings. About 76% teachers that difficulties in assessing math learnings. The students state that their parents difficulty provide assessing to learning maths. We know that about 46% parents provided assistance to kids in learning maths. The parents provide assistance to kids learning math. Usually, parents only remind to step to check to students or find out teacher, private tutor to assistant this guide for learning maths. With the problem, how condition of mathematics instruction at junior high school in Surakarta. Based of the data, all school in Surakarta have to carry out learn mathematics from homes. During carry out learn mathematics at home, mathematics teachers use simplified curriculum. The student math learning load during learn from home less than the normal condition. In the normal condition, the student learn mathematics in 1 week. They learn 2 or 3 times 1 week. During instruction in learning from home, the schedule of math lesson done only once in a week and less than 2 hours. We know that math teaching and learning is not done face to face. Teachers make use of ICT in teaching learning process, but the teachers didn't face to face learning and process learning mathematics in class. Teachers do not create arrange special teaching material. They do the material similar to the regular one to teach and learning from homes. Teachers do not determine specific criteria of learning outcome so that the student feel that they have difficulty learn from homes. The data is very interesting that teachers claim that they conducted an assessment, attitude, knowledge, and skill. We know that always 79% teachers claim that they conducted an assessment during learn from home. Teachers claim that they conducted assessment by attitudes, knowledge, and skill, but teachers takes advantage of online interactive quiz platform such as Kahoot and Quizzes. Only 3% teachers that advantage of online interactive. Teachers makes task or quiz send to student by WhatsApp or Google Classroom. The student do the task and evaluation and sends to teachers via WhatsApp and Classroom. Teachers take advantage of special online learning platform such as Moodle, Microsoft, and Google Classroom. We know 30% teachers take advantage special online learning platform. Teachers use 5 classroom learning model that's and the teacher provided an essential and interesting material using a PowerPoint presentation or learning video on YouTube or recorded by teachers himself. Based of the condition teaching and learning mathematics during learning from homes, we can alternative solution that can be do and synchronize how to select on online platform for learning from home and how to design mathematics instructions materials. How we can to synchronize what has been explained like Prof. Zulkarti and Prof. Maslini, how to select online platform and how to design mathematics instructional materials. It can be done with facilitate activity-based learning, which encourages students to reason mathematically and solve problems in variety of real-world contexts. The teacher can use inquiry or discovery-based activities. Teachers can use learning strategies that learning is carried out using a flipped classroom with module-based learning. Teachers can create on or use available learning resources in such as the many website. For example, we can download material in http://smpkemdikbud.go.id modul pembelajaran for learning distance. Or teachers can to create mathematics instructional material using project-based activities. If a teacher using project-based activities, how to design project-based activities? We can assign a collaborative working group, present problem related to students' daily activity at home. We can choose worship, helping parents work, sports, gardening, and so on. Set teachers to students' day. And finally, final projects students share with a large group. Okay. To reduce student burden studying in month, we can take off 1 week. A student work of project for several subjects. Activity at home is a subset of learning from home. We can choose one activity to do in on the weeks. The student can choose activity about worship, helping parents works, sport, gardening, and find the appropriate competency, knowledge, skill, attitudes. The teacher can find the appropriate competency, knowledge, skill, and attitudes. If we can appropriate competency, we make a student activity sheet to achieve the desired competency. And student in the home do sheet activity, and we create assessment instrument to measure competency assessment. For example, we can choose the activity of helping mother cook. We choose helping mother cook rice for 1 week. For this activity, we can be used as a source of learning from home. The teacher mathematics can use an activity to learning resources to achieve a competency, such as explain the ratio of two quantities. The other teachers, teacher science, can use it as learning resources to achieve competency, apply the concept of measuring various quantities using standard. Teachers, others, language teachers, can use it's the activity to achieve competency to presenting the data of a series of activities in the form of procedural text by paying attention to the structure, linguistic element, and content orally and in writing, and many subject we can use this activity. We can use the activity to develop attitude students. Attitude can be developed from daily activities. We can use the concept of Kiajar Dewantara 3Ns that the student can identifying concept and value related to daily activities. They can imitating daily activity and they can implementing the concept and contextually developing the implemented value. Finally, reflection and conclusion in the research, we have three conclusions. Number one, mathematics learning from home will be optimal if there is creativity from the teacher, student learning independence, and support from the three educational center, family, school, or civil society can support optimally learning from home. Two, strategies and innovation are needed in maximizing the choice of learning platform and the preparation of activity-based teaching materials. And finally, the use of student daily activity at home can be used as an alternative teaching material for various subjects and to strengthen student attitudes. If it is hoped that we can better prepare ourselves in teaching in the new normal and give better results. Thank you for your attention, and then I return it to the moderator. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Imam, for your informative and beneficial explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for Q&A session. You can raise hand, then enable participation. You can open your mic and video then out, or you can write down on chat box. So, please, you can do that right now.
Okay, thank you, Aprilia.
Yes. As we know, the biggest issue are come from teacher, which are carrying out the math learning and then assessing math learning. So, our invited speaker state that the concept of Kiajar Dewantara can become one of the solution to apply in our mathematics institutional learning. I want to ask, can you explain it more detail, Mr. Imam Sujadi, about the concept of Kiajar Dewantara in comprehending our problem in pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. If the student do something, do activity daily, the Kihajar Dewantara said that the teacher, the student can identify concept or value that they find an activity daily. And the activity daily, if he can identify the concept, the Kihajar Dewantara said the nitani. If the nitani is competence to identifying concept or value in the activity. If they have the concept, they has imitating the activity to do every day, like same the activity is Ki Hajar Dewantara said the niroki. If they have identifying concept, he is imitating the concept and contextually develop the implementation value or more activity the same as this activity. We know that the theory of Ki Hajar Dewantara's TN that learning from home can help students to develop these attitudes from daily activity.
Thank you for the explanation, Mr.
Yes.
Imam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, communication. You can speak. You can write it on bahasa, then I'll translate it. Well, if there is no one want to ask, I will end this session. But before it, would you mind state your closing statement, Mr. Imam?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
There is one question in chat box. May
Yes.
I read it?
Okay. My student asked about the possibility of 3N approach to be blend using STEM approach. Okay, thank you, Miss Farida. If we possible, it is possible to take an approach blend using STEM approach because based the activity we can identifying concept many value and many content related to daily activity many competence so that we can use 3N theory of Ki Hajar Dewantara 3Ns to blend using STEM approach.
So is it Mrs. Farida?
Okay.
Answer.
Yes.
I think it's enough. So Mr. Imam, you can give your closing statement right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. We know that pandemic COVID-19 not yet gone. We believe that we can do something for result better prepare. Okay. We believe that we can better result if we can choose the strategy and we can choose learning platform and prepare activity teachings material and mathematics. Thank you.
Mr. Imam Sujadi, I'd like to thank people for your beneficial and interesting presentation and all the participants for your active participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give my time back to MC.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. April, for guiding the second plenary session. And also thank you so much for Dr. Imam Sujadi for the great explanation. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to the last plenary session. We will take a break until 1 p.m. So for the participant that you want to do the other thing, you may leave the Zoom or you just stay at the Zoom until 1 p.m. And we will continue for the last session at 1 p.m. So see you everyone.
Yaitu program studi pendidikan matematika, maka dosen-dosen yang ada pada program studi tersebut sebanyak 9 dosen tetap. Alhamdulillah ada 6 dosen yang merupakan alumni dari pasca sarjana S2 UNS Surakarta. Kami dari lembaga mengucapkan banyak terima kasih pada UNS yang telah membekali dosen-dosen kami dalam rangka untuk meningkatkan kompetensi dosennya untuk memberikan bekal pada mahasiswa agar menjadi lulusan yang terbaik.
Hello mates, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself please. I'm Muhammad Nur Khalid from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, one of the authors of this great event. I'm pleased to be joining, as we know that this agenda invites top speakers from Indonesia and also overseas. Of course, This became an exciting packaging, coupled with the cooperation of proceedings such as AIP and the Atlantis Press. All guests, during the registration process until today, the committee is always ready to help me when I experience obstacles. This good service is also what you all build. I hope the other departments will also organize an event of this magnitude, especially in Indonesia, because organizing an event of this magnitude becomes one form of existence of a department. Besides that, author can disseminate the result of his research as one effort of perpetuating the name to quality writing. So, thank you. Enjoy the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lutfia Septiningrum. I am from Telkom University Information System Department. I am one of the presenter at the International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education. Thank you for the opportunity. Here I want to say that my impression of this event is very good. The organizing committee provide information and instruction quickly and easy to understand. And the material at this conference is very variative, so it motivates me to increase my curiosity in the field of mathematics, statistics, and of course in the field of education. The conference was very exciting, especially if later it could be held offline. It will be even more fun and interesting because we can meet and get to know the other presenter. Thank you once again to the I-CMME committees and all participants who have presented their knowledge here. Nice to meet you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Agus Susanto dari Universitas Bengkulu sebagai salah satu peserta I-CMME Conference di Universitas 11 Maret. Pada kesempatan ini ingin menyampaikan banyak terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada panitia seminar yang telah memfasilitasi, memberikan pelayanan yang sangat memuaskan, responsif, helpful, yang siap selalu membantu memberikan informasi yang dibutuhkan peserta seminar ketika kami mengalami kesulitan. Dalam waktu yang relatif singkat, I-CMME Conference sangat bermanfaat. Kita bisa sharing informasi, berbagi ilmu pengetahuan dari berbagai narasumber yang sangat menginspiratif, seperti apa pendidikan matematika dan matematika sekarang dan masa depan. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih, maaf jika ada khilaf, dan semoga senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat semuanya. Insya Allah ketemu pada I-CMME Conference berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdul Kohar. I am from Mathematics Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. I am a participant in this International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education organized by Magister Mathematics Education Universitas 11 Maret. I am very impressed with the committee of this international seminar, who always give a quick response to the participants if there is a problem. In general, the implementation of this international seminar was very good. The speakers were very good. The committee and technical implementation were also good. Finally, congratulations to
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to our conference. And now, for the next plenary session, we will have Dr. Farida for guiding the session. So, for Dr. Farida, time is yours.
Anda cukup tersedia maksimal di website tersebut. Selanjutnya saya ingin mengucapkan atau memberikan apresiasi yang cukup besar kepada panitia penyelenggara yang mungkin diwakili oleh admin yang ada di International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education ini. Admin memberikan respon yang cukup cepat, memberikan respon yang tepat ketika kami, khususnya saya, ketika mengalami masalah pada saat penguploadan paper. Sebagai contoh, saya pernah mengalami kendala ketika mengupload paper. Menyikapi hal tersebut, saya langsung menghubungi admin.
Halo. Wabarakatuh. Extensive academic background as research mathematician and head of the Mathematics Applied Math Department at Nelson Mandela University over the period of 1990 until 2010. And then he also held national chair in mathematics education at Nelson Mandela University over the period of 2011 until 2015. And over the past 5 years, Professor Olivier spearheaded the development of modern interactive digital learning materials and innovative Android application to support quality PNL at school and college in South Africa. He also established a GeoGebra Institute at NMU that focused on the integration of open source dynamic graphics software in the teaching and learning of mathematics. He has strong focus on professional development of in-service teachers and actives to promote modern approach. So the curriculum vitae of Professor Renel Olivier. And the second one, I would like to introduce my colleague also, Dr. Christophe Benevesi. Dr. Crystal Benovesi from Finnish Institute for Educational Research in University of Jyväskylä, Finland. He also one of the expert in STEAM educations and one of the most creative and also productive researchers in this field. His working experience quite a lot. Okay. He is the member of community event directors of the Bridge organizations, the world's largest education community for the mathematics and art. He also the editor of the annual Bridge Conference workshop paper track and coordinator of the Bridge Public Days. Since 2011, full member of the European Academy of Science and Arts in 2016, he has been member of the European Mathematical Society Committee for raising public awareness. And between 2013 until 2017, he served as the Chief Executive Officer in International Symmetry Associations, and in 2008 he launched Experience Roxel, a global STEM network. And about the publications, Dr. Benovesi has a lot of publications. I will read probably some of the publication here. His articles were published, among others, in the Notice of the American Mathematical Society, MAA Focus, News Magazine of the Mathematical Association of America, Nexus Network Journal, The Mathematical Intelligencer, and Comparative Philosophy. He also contributed chapters to various prestigious education books and also edited math art education handbooks, including Aesthetic of Interdisciplinarity, Art and Mathematics, published by the Springers Precursors in 2017. He also, together with Julie Lahdesmaki and other resource of mathematics and arts learning, many of his publications are open access. He also the editorial board member of several scientific journals, including Tyler and Francis Journal of Mathematics and Art. And he also active organizer and contributor of the international scientific events, educational programs, exhibition, STEAM workshop, and festival, including the International Mathematical Science Creativity Competition in Seoul, Korea, Science Agora in Tokyo, Japan, Open Design Africa in Cape Town, South Africa, or Ars Electronica Festival in Linz, Austria. So, both of our keynote speakers today is really great proponents in this field of STEMs. Now, I would like to explain first how this session will be held. The session first will start with the presentation from Professor Olivier first for 40 minutes, and then after that continue by the presentation from Dr. Benovesi, also 40 minutes, and after that we will have a question and answer session. Without further ado, for the first keynote speaker, Professor Olivier's time is yours.
Thank you very much, Farida. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon and warm regards from South Africa, specifically from the Governor Mbeki Maths Development Center at the Nelson Mandela University. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to fill in as a keynote speaker at very short notice. I really appreciate it. It's a privilege for me to share about some of the work that we do in South Africa, particularly as it addresses some of the key challenges in mathematics education in our school system. Since the onset of the COVID pandemic in 2020, we had to do special work and, rearrange many things. So I would like to share aspects of that with you as well. I think the theme of your conference is critical importance and also central to what our center is aiming for. That is to integrate, the technology, STEM-based learning in mathematics. So thank you for that theme as well. The title of my presentation is on the screen. It's not going to be too theoretical and research-based, more based on practical action research over many years. So hopefully that will also be of value. So I would like to eventually address some aspects of using customized GeoGebra applets to support the teaching and learning of mathematics over distance, particularly with the use of mobile phones. So allow me first to just introduce the center to you very briefly. The Governor Mbeki Mass Development Center is based in Port Elizabeth. The city is now called Gqeberha. It's right at the southern tip of Africa, as you can see on the screen, and some ocean life close by, very beautiful. Our program started in 2002, and in 2017 we were upgraded to a full-scale engagement center in the science faculty of our university, and we focus on innovations to address STEM education in South Africa. I don't know if you're aware, but South Africa has major challenges in maths education and many other aspects of education, particularly as it ranks very low internationally, also in terms of the performance of our learners moving into the tertiary education system from the school system. We aim to address or respond to the global paradigm shifts in education, as it's well known, as it needs to serve the society and the workplace in South Africa, and really focusing on trying to respond to some of the expectations of our new generation of learners in the school system, but also at the university level, towards the citizenship in the fourth industrial revolution context. And I had to include this slide, since this conference is very much focused on STEAM education, there is a little bit of a context historic for 4IR, a link to where the first industrial revolution started with STEAM. And as you know, it went through the phases. And, again, once more, we have STEAM education. So that is, a bit of a background context. About our center, what we do, and I'm not going to even talk to the slide because it has too much information. But as you can see, it's really trying to find a customized hybrid techno-blended approach, as we call it. Techno-blended means offline and online, because that's critically important in developing countries, particularly in our country, to support our mathematics education using various affordances, various approaches that interlink in various ways. So this is what our center does, developing apps, Android apps for phones and tablets, and even a special device and so on for supporting teachers, but particularly also to support the learners for particularly self-directed learning. So we also focus on physical sciences, but this conference is about mathematics, so I'll focus on the mathematics education aspects. This picture of representation just shows the various components of the techno-blended model again, from where we have a very specialized device, very similar to the Raspberry Pi, but it contains the whole school curriculum, with lots of interactive digital apps and resources, which supports teachers and learners, to traditional materials, to a combination of the traditional, online support systems. But in particular, and this is what this talk is all about, or the presentation, is to really also explore a new pedagogy to actually demonstrate that practically for post-COVID education in schools, utilizing GeoGebra applets for phones. So that is the main theme, as was also presented in the title that I've indicated earlier. So just very briefly, most of the audience probably know GeoGebra quite well, but if it's not the case, then this is a very brief introduction. GeoGebra is a fantastic open source teaching and learning platform and software to promote dynamic visual teaching and learning of mathematics since 2008, for teachers and learners worldwide. Different versions, of the app is available, different communities of practice. And our center also houses a GeoGebra Institute, which contribute and interact globally with some of the key, partners in education. And, Dr. Finavesi, of course, is part of that, and he's a person that we have strong relationships with the international collaboration in STEAM education. Of course, this is an online or offline approach, which is quite important, hybrid, and the all downloadable software that can be utilized on various devices, as I've indicated to you. It's following around the globe. So that's just the background. But I don't want to specifically talk about GeoGebra in general, but more about using interactive applets designed for phones. And there's a specific aspects of pedagogy that I would like to highlight, and hopefully this can also be experienced synchronously by the participants with their phones. So I'm going to challenge the participants as they listen to me to also, maybe utilize their phones to access some of these applets as part of the practical demonstrations that I will soon be engaging in. So online GeoGebra applet resources can be very valuable, as I hope to also show. It can be used anywhere, anytime. It can be used synchronously or asynchronously. So it is very flexible in terms of how it can be utilized to support the teaching and learning via phones, tablets, or laptops. And of course, it can be freely shared on social media or otherwise via QR codes and URL links. And work we do with teachers and indirectly also with the learners in our country is to really share these applets for phones via the QR codes or via URL links. And I'll demonstrate what we mean by sharing via via QR codes for that matter. So customized GeoGebra applets for phones means that we have the normal applets programmatically enhanced for small screens. And this is, I think, some of the innovations that we can bring in. And it's amazing how flexible the GeoGebra app is, the program and the mathematical undercarriage, to allow for many such, enhancements for small screens. So most of the applets that are available for download online, and there are more than 1.5 million of these on the GeoGebra platform, are designed for the laptop screens, for a bigger screen. So it's not really functional, as it could be pedagogically when it is accessed and used independently by learners or by users on a small phone screen. So what we do, we use the basic GeoGebra tools, but we enhance it with GeoGebra script and latex, and also emphasize the appropriate sizes for the affordances of the GeoGebra app, and use different colors to emphasize dynamic items for learning, and also to also improve the possible pedagogical impact for utilizing applets in this way. So in particular, this brings very exciting possibilities or opportunities for new and innovative teaching pedagogies that we are experimenting with and trying, especially since the COVID pandemic last year. Very cost effective in terms of being open source and very user low data. For learner support over distance, which I think is a critical factor to explore and to optimize in this context, especially in developing countries and especially in the rural areas, because our country, for example, in South Africa, has large rural areas where the phone access is probably the best possible medium or mode to support teaching over distance and learning over distance of mathematics. So it has great potential to support some key post-COVID challenges in education. Pedagogies for GeoGebra applets can be designed for, and we have categorized it, and I'm not going to really go over all the details, but I hope to demonstrate applets in some of these categories, practically what we mean by supporting over distance. It can be used synchronously or asynchronously, as I mentioned before, but it can also be utilized for curriculum support, or development of creative problem solving. So the applet specially designed for that purpose. And excitingly for us too, it can also be designed for phones to facilitate STEAM activities over distance. So those are the sort of key areas that we feel that this approach can be potentially of value. So some of the GIP stands for GeoGebra Innovative Practice. This is the project that was launched late last year, early this year, to really enhance and change the applets to be more suitable pedagogically for the phone screen sizes. So it's all about two phases, and the next part of my presentation will more be a practical demonstrations to indicate what we mean by this. And the first part is technical preparations for using GeoGebra applets with phones. And then, of course, the key affordances of customized GeoGebra applets in this context. So let me start, and also then if the participants have a phone at hand and web access, then please, you can try this. So what we do, we train our teachers and through them, the learners in our country to, utilize certain steps. And these steps are well known from our GeoGebra platform, internationally open source, to access the applets via either QR codes or URL links, the live link. So any one of the two aspects. So for this session, I have also used the QR code. So the phones that you have with you can be utilized immediately to scan the QR code and get access to the applet for synchronous, interactivity for teaching and learning purposes in mathematics. So there are a few steps that you need to, technically, handle before you can access and utilize the GeoGebra applet on the phone effectively. Of course, you must have an internet link, and then you can just either scan the QR code, and for that you have to have a QR scanner. And most phones, smartphones, obviously have a QR scanner, whether it's Google Lens or otherwise. Then, just to mention that the applets were designed for landscape mode. In other words, you have to rotate your phone to be in landscape mode, and then, of course, there's a specific button built into the GeoGebra app that you have to touch to make it into presentation mode. So those are a few very basic technical steps before accessing, any of these applets on phones. This is a picture summary of the whole process, and those with phones, I would really encourage and ask them to, utilize this particular process, as in the next few slides, I will actually access applets from my side differently because I have a laptop and I will just access it via active link. But from their side, although they're on Zoom, listening to my presentation, they can on their phones access the applets using the QR code scanner on their phone with the QR code that I will present on the screen. So this is the process, just scanning the QR code, accessing directly the applet, which is in the cloud, and then through the basic procedure to make the applet in presentation mode. So allow me then to introduce a few applets in those categories. Some of them will be focused on problem solving, others more curriculum support. And then I have one or two applets that I would like to show just as an example, demonstratively, to also support STEAM activities over distance. And this, I think, could also be valuable during the COVID times and otherwise. This is just a slide. If you don't have a QR code scanner on your phone, you can quickly download it for free. A lot of free ones available. So let me just then focus on the first applet. And you already have the QR code there. So if you have your applet or your phone, you can scan this code to get direct access to this applet. And this applet is designed for phone screens. So I would love to show just the affordances. This is very much similar to the materials that are out there. But as I say, it was designed with the size and the phone screen in mind. So there's, I think, some innovation that we try to build in here. And it's part of an ongoing research project to see if this particular approach can be, very much something that can assist, especially to support the teaching and learning of mathematics over distance. So if you can scan this, you will get direct access to the applet. I will do the same now, but I will use my hyperlink here to the GeoGebra applet. And then I'll have to change my sharing to a new share. So let me do that. And if I go there, you should be at the same sort of applet then, and we can do interactively things together, over distance in a synchronous way, just to demonstrate what we mean by this particular approach. So I'm going to now, hopefully you could, scan this code already. I will go there myself just to show, and I will do a new share via Zoom, and hopefully And please just check, the moderator, if you can see the applet on the screen at the moment, the GeoGebra applet. This is how it will also appear on your phone. Remember, you need to have your phone in landscape mode, and then you need to drag down to get to where you see the button. As I mentioned in the previous slide, there's a little button at the bottom right-hand corner of the applet on the phone screen that you have to touch until you get it into presentation mode. So exactly what I do with my laptop, you can do with your phone in a seamless way. And then we're ready. Once we see the applet in presentation mode, we are ready to interact pedagogically for various purposes. In this case, it is just a demonstration of a key mathematical results, which is probably linked to year 9 or 10 in the typical school syllabus for mathematics. It's just for demonstration purposes. Clearly, one has to read what is on the screen. Normally, it's a problem or a statement. And then we have these things called sliders. So in this case, you can, on the phone, actually manipulate and use the slider to change the mathematical object into a specific position that is something that you're aiming for. We also have buttons built in, so you can select the altitude, for example, of this triangle. And this triangle can also be moved dynamically with your finger on the phone screen. And as I've mentioned, these particular button and sizes were programmatically enhanced because the normal tool sets built into the GeoGebra app is not sufficient to allow for big sizes, so you need to add a GeoGebra script or LaTeX to do so. So there we go. So in this case, it's just a demonstration, and I'm not going to go too much into the mathematics, but more into demonstrating. There's always a major slider, which really allows us different steps, whether it's a lesson or whether it's a demonstration or whether it's the solution of a mathematical problem or otherwise. There's always a main slider that should be used as a basis to facilitate the result for discovery learning or for otherwise. So for example, if we go to the second step here, you see that we can have all sorts of other possibilities like animation, of the particular object. And in this case, we want to show that the area of any triangle is in fact just half the area of some rectangle that is associated with this particular triangle. And in the process, we will also have lots of opportunity to discuss very important concepts and results linked to areas of triangles in this particular space. So once you animate, you can then go to the next step and even embedded sometimes new sliders, which will facilitate the critical, innovative sort of visualization, which will lead to the result in the end, which we have stated. By just sliding the slider, you can rotate. And this has to do with symmetry and rotation about a specifically side of a given triangle. And remember, this triangle, you can actually change the side, the base, and also the altitude. And you can decide in all cases to select or to not select the altitude. So these are the affordances. It's not specifically about the mathematics, but what can be done pedagogically in an innovative way, and also then to be captured on a screen size, a phone with screen size much smaller than what we normally have for a laptop. As you see, that the representation on a phone, if it's appropriate, it will be even more appropriate for the laptop as I show it on the screen at the moment. And then finally, you can even animate this and stop again, but to go to the next step, and then the next step, a little bit of mathematics, and then particularly to show which rectangle am I referring to if I say that the area of a triangle is always half the area of a parallelogram, as we can see here by just using some transformation. But in particular, if I select the rectangle, it is when this angle is 90 degrees, I see that the area of a triangle, any triangle for that matter, is just half the area of a rectangle in a specific way. So that concludes this particular demonstration. So hopefully that gave an idea of how this could work. So I'm going to, go back to my presentation again for the purpose of moving on. I have another, particular problem-solving demonstration here, which is more focused on the steps of problem-solving in general with Polya's plan in view. So with that in mind, if I can ask you if you would like to do so, and I would really love to do so, because at the end of my presentation, I would share a link, if it's not already there in the chat, for you to just, if you would like to do that, do a survey for us, a very short survey, to indicate whether it was possible for you to actually access the applet using the QR codes and aspects around that, very short. So that will be most valuable for us, because we would also like to have international feedback or see if we can actually do this over distance, whether it's from here to Indonesia or wherever, in a real time, in a synchronous way. So I'm going to, again, from my side, access the applet, and hopefully you have accessed the applet already from your side. So this is another applet demonstration of how applets for GeoGebra applets for phone screens can be used to support problem-solving steps in a more general way. So I'm going there, and I'm going to do a new share as well, in my case. Let me just see, there we go. And the moderator must just check for me if you see this. And on the phone screen, you have to drag down across the bar over here in order to move the applet to see the bottom right-hand corner, which is the little, icon that you have to tap maybe more than once in order to put the applet in presentation mode, which is right now. So it's exactly the same on a laptop as on a phone screen. So teachers can use this as well in the same way I'm using it right now over distance, where the learners may have a phone in rural or even in deep rural areas. So here we have a problem. It's just about a fencing problem, struck very classical, to maximize the area, enclosed in a specific way. And just to start off with, just to remind everybody about the steps for problem solving by presenting the four stages of problem solving, mathematical problem solving from Polya. And then this button here, so always look out for the buttons, will give you to the first step in the solving this problem, which has to do with the general graphical representation and many other things, which I'm not going to really refer to now. First step of a problem to solve a mathematical problem is always to understand the problem, of course, and these are the key things that are involved over here. We have certain constraints. I'm not going to go into the detailed conditions, and then you can even show the actual area to be enclosed based on the constraints of the condition, and how can we maximize this area, given the constraints that we only have a certain length of perimeter fencing material available. So in this case, you can go to the second step. We can even animate this. There's an animation to see what it involves. It's all about a sum of rectangles to be optimized in this situation. And in particular, we want to minimize the top right-hand side rectangular in this case. And this is part of the discussion in this part of the step, which is really related to designing a plan to solve, which is the second step of Polya's problem-solving strategy. And then to carry out the plan, in this case, it could even be a second slider, which gives you the steps of the solution. That's not too important to go into detail about that. And then, of course, our main slider, in this case, to show the result. But very important also to reflect on each solution whenever we do problem solving. We teach mathematics as well. To have a solution always means we need to also reflect and discuss aspects of it. And this fourth step then just represents the solution in this case, which is not unique. There are two solutions within the constraints because we know that the answer must be a natural number, and that is critical in this case. There are a lot of subtleties and things that determine the nature of your solution, and that is what can also be facilitated in the fourth step of this particular applet. So in the, in this case, I will just move back again to the presentation as I had it. There we go. And then, of course, I have more applets to facilitate, but I do think my time will probably be limited, so I will move from this one to the next one. And just something about preparing to discover tessellations of a plane, which is more linked to STEAM education, and that's the next applet I would like to demonstrate. In this case, this applet that I'm going to quickly show is really designed for discovery learning, for learners to discover and with a set of questions that can be shared with them to do this asynchronously or as a discussion live like we do now. It could be quite valuable. So there is the applet, and if you can with your phone access using the QR scanner on your phone to scan the code, then in a second or two, I will then also move to the applet itself, and I will do the new share again, just to make sure that everybody can see this applet as well. There we go. I hope this applet is visible, so the moderator must just indicate if it's not the case. Again, you have to drag down a top bar on your phone. It must be in landscape mode once you've accessed it. And then you go down and just make this in presentation mode. So this is all about the inner angles of regular polygons. And in this case, this applet is very much appropriate to support the whole discussion and question which regular polygons can tile a plane or tessellate a plane. And in this context, clearly, a key tiling or tessellation question would be which regular polygons has an inner angle that is a factor of 360 degrees, because that will mean that you can actually tessellate or tile a plane, and with around each vertex of such a tessellation or vertex point, there shouldn't be any gap. And that means that the tessellation must be such that around a point 360 degrees, there is, of course, these polygons where the inner angles must be a factor of 360 degrees. So in this case, we have different, order polygons that we can discover. So this is an inductive process that can be followed. And I can show the polychords if I, for example, go to a square where the inner and outer angle is already shown, and I show the polychords. There is a division of this regular polygon in two rectangles, in this case, and the number of rectangles, as you will see, if I move to n equal to 5, n equal to 6 for the order of the polygon, it's always going to be 2 less than the order. So the number of non-overlapping triangles is 2 less, and that is captured here in the formula, which really gives us the formula for the inner angle of a regular polygon. Why is that? Because if I sum all the inner angles of all these triangles, I'm really summing the inner angles of this regular polygon. And this gives us a wonderful little formula through inductive process, which can be discussed and discovered in this case as well. But more importantly, if we, for example, go to the triangle where n is equal to 3 and do a factor test, this is the other button, we can see that, the inner angle of an equilateral triangle, of course, is 60 degrees. It's a factor of 360, which is a natural number. And you can see that the same is true for a square, but for a pentagon, for example, there is a problem. The inner angle of a regular pentagon is not a factor, and so on. So you get the idea. So there's actually an applet here which can be utilized on a phone over distance to discover this result about inner angles of regular polygons. If I can just move back to my presentation again. And I've got 2 more applets, and then I will conclude and consolidate my presentation. So the next one has to do with regular tessellations of the plane, which is more linked to a steam activity. And this steam activity over distance via phones can be quite rich and much more than just to show which regular polygons will tessellate or tile a plane and which won't. And the reasons for that being supported by the previous, applet that I've demonstrated. In this case, there is the QR code. So if you can, with your phone, please access that, and I'll show you another, dimension or some of the affordances that can be built into applets for phone screens, I think in a meaningful way as well. So I'm going to this applet as well from my side, and I'm going to share my screen with a new share, and hopefully everybody can see this applet as well. The moderator can please indicate again, dragging down, making this into presentation mode, and everybody is ready, whoever is participating in the synchronous session, to explore regular tessellations of a plane. And again, n equal to 3, 4 will just give you the regular shape. In this case, there's an information button. In many cases, we built in information to show and to actually instruct the users what to do to have maximum benefit in terms of the dynamic interactive elements that are built into the applets in this way. In this case, dragging the yellow corners, and it's big enough to be dragged on the phone screen, will be resizing the basic regular polygon for the purpose of discovering.
Sorry, Prof. Willie, we can't see the actual applet at this stage.
A moment, let me just do a new share in this instance. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure that I share this properly. Just one moment, let me do a new share. Can you see the applet now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Sorry about that. My apology. Thank you. So again, drag down, put it into the presentation mode, and then there is an info, button to normally instruct users if there's specific, manipulations that are necessary for discovering or for getting the particular result as a demonstration. In this case, dragging the yellow dots will resize the polygon or the tile, basic tile for tessellation, and there's also the two-directional translation direction and also distance that one can manipulate in this case. So there's also a reset button. So in this case, for example, if you have a triangle, we can show a second triangle and then tessellate, which shows that triangles tessellate, but you also have the power, in this case, to manipulate and also to discover many new patterns, for example, based on the tessellation of triangles, that is regular triangles, which is equilateral in this case, and so on. And then, of course, you can reset and move to the next polygon and discover. Of course, we can definitely tile squares in various ways, and that you can actually facilitate very easily by manipulating your translation with the pink vertices or points on these particular vectors as well. But in n equal to 5, as I mentioned before, because the inner angle is not a factor of 360, we'll find it very difficult, and not very difficult, impossible to tile the plane without any gaps, and that is also to be discovered and to be manipulated, even different patterns to be discovered in this case. So this is typically another example of where applets for phone screens, GeoGebra applets, can be utilized to facilitate STEAM activity as well. And then my last presentation of an applet in this context of using GeoGebra applets for STEAM activities. If I can just try to get this right this time around, just to do a new share and go back to my presentation and have that on the screen. And then if I look at this, this is just to do, and it really sets a basis for a lot of origami-like activities for STEAM to be, with mathematical connections, of course, to be, demonstrated and interactively and dynamically be shared with learners, whether they have real paper as well, or just the applet on the phone, but this makes it so valuable and rich for a facilitator to do. So I thought I'll include this example of an applet for phone screens for this purpose. So please, there is the QR code, if you can just access that from where you are with your phone, and then I'll quickly demonstrate this as the final example in the context of using GeoGebra applets for phone screens. So I'm going there, and hopefully this time around I will have the screen sharing correct. So I will do a new share, and then I will go to the applet, and please just indicate again if you don't see it, but I do think it should be there, and then drag down, and let's just make this applet active for interactive sharing, or for individual discovery, or for individual problem solving, and many other things that are related to that. So here we have the applet. Presentation mode is important. You have to have it in presentation mode to have the maximum effect. And in this case, some information, we can drag the two corners. That's all we can do of this A-type size paper, but it's A4 or A5 or whatever. And as everybody should know that there is a definite mathematical link to the design of the A-size papers, and many other sizes as well, but particularly the A size, and the ratio is square root 2 to 1. And that is very important in the context of also answering this particular challenge, which is not a simple challenge, but it's very simple to solve once you know. How do we transform any A-size paper, let's say this is A4, into an isosceles triangle by using only two folds? Clearly one can do that possibly with one fold and so on, but with two folds. And the folds can be done by dragging the corner points. In other words, you can fold the paper. You can see you can fold the paper in various ways, like we normally do actual paper. So this can be done synchronously, where learners, for example, or students have a specific piece of paper, and many other such more sophisticated folds can be done to facilitate discovery of results, and also to be the basis of a STEAM activity. We can, for example, ask what are the internal angles of such an isosceles triangle, and hopefully you have already solved the problem, because it's not so simple to see it for the first time. There is also a hint, so the fold lines can be presented. So there are the lines over which, or the symmetry lines, and can you see that the fold mathematically is just, of course, a mirror line that are dynamic and movable. That's what makes it exciting. So in this case, if you fold, for example, the bottom corner to make a square, or just, a right triangle, and you fold the top corner onto the line created by the first fold, we create an isosceles triangle. And the reasons for that is quite interesting. It's all about symmetry and the relation, the structure or the size ratio of the A paper and so on, which is a rich discussion on its own. So that then demonstrates another sort of way that the GeoGebra applets can be used to support STEAM activities. If I can go back to my presentation for the final time, and then just conclude my presentation. This was just aimed at demonstrating that GeoGebra applets for phones offer, I believe, quite valuable potential to provide rich pedagogical support for teachers to engage learners in classrooms or over distance. And we're more excited about the over distance part of it in the times that we live in. And it is definitely very cost effective because it's open source, use very little data, and it can support also we believe, self-directed learning, which is important for us at the center in South Africa to support learners with self-directed learning. And it can also be a very valuable assistance for facilitating or the facilitation of STEAM education activities, which is something that we all aspire to as well. So with that, thank you very much for your time. This concludes my presentation, and I hand it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Olivier, for very interactive and also interesting topics about GeoGebra athletes. Okay, and now we will move to our second keynote speaker in this third session, Dr. Christophe Benversi. Are you ready?
Thank you very much, Farida. Yes, I'm ready. Just a moment, please. I try to share my screen in a moment. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here today with you. I hope that my voice won't be too low. I am a bit under the influence of flu. It's fortunately not COVID. But yeah, these are like little things you can be happy for, to be infected, but not with COVID. And this was not a joke, indeed not. And I'm really glad to share this session with Professor Werner Olivier, and his colleague Karin is also here. Karin Steen supported the talk, so they are both wonderful collaborators. And actually many parts of my talk will refer to our collaborations, and will also highlight some connections which were not emphasized in this talk by Professor Olivier, but also have many connections with these approaches, what he kindly introduced us. So I really appreciated this lot of interactive demonstrations, and these were working very fine also in these remote circumstances. And as Professor Olivier also pointed out, this has a key aspect in South African education in general, when there are many remote schools, and also the technical equipment of the schools are not many times perfect. So it's important to reach everyone with these technological applications. And I think this experience just became even more important in the pandemic time. So I hope that all these experiences and all these references will support the work for many of you in the future. So as I promised, my presentation has quite many connection points to South Africa. So on the left side, you can see artwork from a South African child, a 7th grader actually. And on the right side, there is another artwork which is coming from India. And I would like to bring these artworks to the foreground, at least for the first part of my talk. So we will take a closer look of them very soon. What I need to mention, that I'm a member of the Innovative Learning Environments in the Finnish Institute for Educational Research. Actually, this is the place where we are really honored to expect Dr. Farida Nurhashana's visit. Let's hope that COVID situation will allow her visiting fellowship, her visiting researcher position at our university for 2 months from the start of October. So we're really looking forward to her. And this also means that we have a lot of collaboration with Dr. Nur Hasana's university and several groups in the 11 Maret University. So we hope to extend this also towards this innovative learning environments context, where we are focusing on the one hand, of course, the physical environment. This is what every one of us have in mind when we mention environment, that it's like a physical space, right? And what is in this physical space? There are, of course, the people, and also the learning people, and the learning people who are learning not only in the place, but also using different tools, using this space itself, and technological devices and hands-on devices, and everything what is located in this environment can be a tool and can be also influencing the learning process itself. But also there is a mental environment, what's happening inside the learners, and also the community itself, the social cohesion between these people, children and adults, whoever there for learning in a formal or informal situation. This all affects the learning process, and we are actually interested to find out more about these complex connections in these innovative learning environments, which means that how the process of learning can also contribute to the learners and teachers' well-being, like as a complex holistic goal. And this is many points in line with the Finnish core curriculum. And I would like to emphasize also these aspects in this talk, and give you more insight of this holistic approach. So in the same time with our academic research, we are also very active in professional development of teachers, and also organizing various kind of learning events. And these events are not only taking place in the formal education spaces, but we are eager to visit festivals and cultural events, and also to combine these informal learning experiences also with the formal situations. So in the case of mathematics, sometimes you could think that it's a challenging mission, but on the other hand, maybe when you see just these pictures, you can also easily understand that there are many opportunities in mathematics teaching and mathematics learning to have this kind of combined experience. And even when sometimes we think about how important is the abstraction and abstract processes in mathematics learning, yes, these are really key elements and really key stepping stones in mathematics learning. But in the same time, phenomenon-based learning, topic-based learning, project-based learning. So all of these pedagogies, didactic approaches can be really helpful to get to that complex understanding, and also this community experience of collaborative problem solving and the community experience of doing mathematics. So this is what we try to look for. And as you can see, these pictures, the community experience is of course based also on the physical connection between the people, that we are sharing not only the ideas, but also sharing these environments and finding our place in these environments. And of course, these situations were highly challenged and undermined by the current situation. So I also would like to just to flash up some responses that how we tried to accommodate to this situation in Finland and in some of these collaborations. But as I promised, let's take a closer look of what the students, what the learners are telling to us teachers and researchers about the experience of mathematics. You can see two very similar but also very different image. As I told, on the left side, this is coming from South Africa, from a 7th grader female student, and on the right, it's coming from India. And though there is a Disney affected genie here, but I think we can also understand, especially when you take a look of the hand movement here, the hand gestures, that this is an artwork from a student who maybe knows even a little bit more about jeans and the culture around this than maybe in the Disney studio they knew. And what is important actually is to see that how multi-layered this experience here, what is presented to us, and how many contexts from everyday realities, from this mask, for example, here, are coming into this picture, but also content what you can learn in school, like how to read a diagram, how to read and make a formula and number lines, and many things are here. But also there are things here what maybe are not in the main focus in the school. And also there are very strong messages here and very inspirative, very open messages which are open for our inspiration and interpretation. And maybe it's talking about both artworks, about a rich source of imagination, and all connected to mathematics and all connected to art. So this is very interesting. So how these artworks came to us, you can ask. So first of all, in South Africa, by Govan Mackey Mathematics Development Center, where Professor Olivier is the director, together with Karin Steen and their team, they are very active in organizing these math art challenges, math art competitions, and actually the whole country is involved in this initiation, especially because it's let's say from a technical aspect, it's a very low threshold program that children really need only maybe paper and some colors, and they can enter into the competition. But on the other hand, it's not that low threshold project at all, because it's really encouraging the collaboration between the teachers also around these children. So as you could see, this high quality outcome, it's certainly the result of the collaboration of the teachers, and also this very fundamental supporting work what Govan Mackey Mathematics Development Center is doing in the same time to keep these communities in this program. And you can see also in these photographs that how many hands-on tools and hands-on workshops and different kind of activities are surrounding the creation process of these artworks. And actually the story not stop there when these artworks are created and exhibited. I will also talk more about this. And also the important part of these artwork creation processes, that when the students created their work, they also supposed to interpret these themselves. So there is a little excerpt, a little verbal introduction is also need to be attached to these artworks. So what's this student tell herself about this artwork? It's a little part of what she wrote. The beauty of mathematics lies in being happy when I get to the answer. Drawing a beautiful picture is like working out a mathematics sum. And also you can see this verbal message here, math is life, and that how these ideas and the discovery is taking shape in the head, but also it's how surrounds the body, so embodied learning. And actually many innovative pedagogies are here. I think many of those goals, what we are doing a lot of research about and want to achieve, these are actually preserved in the message of the students. So this is very interesting, I think, and this is the big question that what we want to do with this rich imagination, how we can reach this level when students can communicate these very complex ideas, and can we provide these complex experiences a place, a space, an environment, physical and mental environment, also in the process of learning mathematics. So I think this is the challenge here, what we need to understand as educators and education researchers. And this is what these kind of programs can also help us to progress with, and this can be also some element in the development of mathematics teaching. And what's happened in India? So they launched, based on the South African example, a similar challenge, and they first reached almost 50 schools in the Assam Valley, and they focused the design and art festival to these children artworks. So it was a very important gesture. And also this word in Sanskrit have a very interesting meaning. It's a very ancient word. It means also light and reborn with light and enlightenment. And this message was also included in the core, that enlightening these rich connections between mathematics and art. As you can see, also the interpretation of the artist who created this work. So he had these different mathematical signs which depicts that math can be fun. And he also responds that what's the public opinion on mathematics and how the attitude research about mathematics, what it tells us. So the student completely aware of this. And but he wants to give a strong response that enjoying doing maths can be very interesting. And I would like to really call your attention to all these words here, because these are very near to even very high level research outcomes here. So intuitively, these expressions are coming there, and these students many times very sharply see what's need to be done even to make maths classes more interesting. So there are imaginary people, some of them with a calculator, some of them with mathematical science, even Einstein is appearing, and the genie itself, it's the symbol of the teacher. Actually, it's a very positive thing that this teacher who always help us, always help to get the knowledge, and always encourage that nothing is impossible. So you can see that in the same time there is this these soft skills, what we call like soft skills, this human aspect of didactics, how it's coming very important, but how this intertwined also with notions in mathematics. So, you know, impossibility, possibility, and impossible figures, and all of this from geometry as well are here, and also this abstract realm of mathematics, which is probably beyond the physical understanding of the world, and what's the pattern, and what's the structures behind this pattern. So all these concepts are intuitively got emphasized in this work. And the most important, that maths is not boring, but you can learn a lot from it. So I think these are very important notions here. And how we came to these notions. So we started these children and youth mathematical art exhibits like more than 10 years ago with a great collaborator and friend, John Higley. He was a painter, and together with his wife, Dominic Higley, they run a kindergarten actually in New York, where they started to collect the mathematical artworks even from a very early age, because John was a geometric painter. He was influenced by Buckminster Fuller, and he was a great synergetic artist in the meaning of synergetics from the Fullerian understanding. And then we started to collaborate and started to collect these works from all over the world, and started to work together with a lot of teachers. And actually these intentions took a little bit more organized and more formal shape in the hands of Prof. Olivier and also the Indian teachers, and also some other collaborators in South Korea or in other places. So you can see also that how we take care also to bring these excellent children works to international exhibitions. And Dr. Nurashana mentioned the Bridges organization, which is the world's largest meta and art organization. So we want to make sure that these outcomes are there for communicating with the top math art education community, also in terms of research. And in the same time, we want that these artworks are recognized as representatives of new sources of mathematics and art education. So how transdisciplinary connections can play a role in developing didactics as well. So as I thought, there are a growing number of teachers working with us. I really hope that Indonesian teachers got also motivated, and we have a similar program started soon in Indonesia. And with you as well, I will give my contact information in the chat after this talk, so you can contact me if you are interested. And we want also that these programs are also combined with different events, and also the exhibitions taking place locally. So you can see some photographs of these exhibitions, but also within the schools themselves. So there are every school there is some empty wall where these works can be exhibited. And also, as in the Nelson Mandela University brought this forward. Of course, if someone have the ambition to become a organizer, leader in this field, this is a good entrance also to the STEAM approach, or part of the entrance. And these are some photographs also about the surrounding events. So how hands-on construction is also there, and how many these multisensorial experiences are there to motivate the children who are participating there. And of course, there is the big finale in the end, the finals of this program. In this picture, you can see only a very small corner of the huge exhibit what is taking place in every year in the Port Elizabeth Art Museum, where all the many hundreds pieces are exhibited. And you can see here the most recognized artworks. There is a professional jury works to interpret and understand these artworks. And you can see also that how colorful and how multi-layered this society is, and how these cultural aspects also expressed in these artworks very freely and in a very supportive manner. So this is also a good opportunity for that. And even during the pandemic time, when we needed to quarantine ourselves, that's unfortunately the reality. These kind of activities actually not absolutely impossible to bring it on. So this is also a kind of evidence from the South African team. They even choose a little quote from a famous poem from South Africa, and the people stayed home and made art. That was the original quote, but then they just extended it that they made math art. So, and what is it all based on? I mentioned about this judging process and jurying process, and also the teacher development aspect of this program. So we long ago have an interest in this art and mathematics combinations in the field of aesthetics of interdisciplinarity. So how this math art work can be recognized and can be made of a study object, a research object, even with a word which I don't like too much in this context, but how it can become data in the hand of education researcher, these artworks, and how this research can be used as a tool for didactic development. That's become our question. So we want to see these math artworks and wanted to create an analytic method where this multi-layered and pluridisciplinary understanding of these different artistic modes and authorships are coming together to create the complex and meaningful pieces. So we don't want to see these artworks solely representing math or solely representing art. We wanted to have this complex experience grabbed in this complexity, and wanted to see how this complex experience can bring forward the social, the cognitive, and psychological aspects of education, and here in this case like mathematics education. What's the consequences to math education? This is what needs to be emphasized in this conference, but I think in another conference also the art education influence can be unfolded with the same way. So we started to deeply analyze these artworks, and we come up with an exercise to identify different art concepts and different math concepts in the artworks, and also in the related explanations. And you can see this is just a little example from a little part of the data set, that how many different kind of concepts are can be found even in a single artwork, and also that how this complex experience can be also even quantified on a certain way, just to make possible to compare these artworks, and also to get a little bit more understanding of these complicated conceptual dimensions and the integrity of these artworks. So if you can take a look to some more examples, I think it becomes obvious even more that how these layers couldn't be really distinguished, and also how strong messages are coming from these artworks, also political messages, and also identity and also sustainability, and this colorful, joyful understanding of the world through these connections. So we don't have time to stop by really long as it would be deserved. I think we could spend even a full session with just examining a single artwork here, but I just want to give you like a deep experience of what's the potential of this kind of approach, and how many different understanding of students had in the response for this call. And where I would like to get to is a a little bit to give more insight to the background of the research. So also in the case of South African experiences, we wanted to be sure to recognize also the traditional cultural influences. So, for example, these research on ethnomathematics. Paulus Gerdes' experience, he was a really prominent person in the field of ethnomathematics. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with his work. It was very interesting that how he talked about the music of these textures and the musical patterns of these designs, and how these symmetry constellations being represented also in an algorithmic formulas in his categorizations. But in the same time, he wanted to have these creators of these traditional pieces recognized as artists, first of all, and also these works as a source of creation, cultural innovation, intellectual capacity, creative innovation, and also wanted to see these works as they are incorporated into mathematics education. And actually, the South African team also takes wonderful care of this. And I'm sure that, for example, in Indonesia, there is also like an infinite opportunities to build on this heritage, this extremely rich heritage intertwining this transdisciplinary experience of life actually is there as a source. And again, switching back to the artworks of the children, that how they are aware of this complexity. So this student drawn many tribes patterns on the face of this women figure. That's actually already an important message that there's a woman standing here. You know that the equality between genders and gender balance really important in many cultures. This is a very hot topic. So there is important statement located here, and also that she is representing actually mathematics, which is coming from Africa, and all the colors are representing something very essential information about Africa and the importance of mathematics in Africa, and the cradle of maths according to the student opinion in Africa. And here there is some references for the research results if you are interested to look it up, and also that how it comes to STEAM education. So I think you can get a little bit more understanding of this research method, also what I try to emphasize here. So what comes important here, this inter and transdisciplinary connections, and this transdisciplinarity, letting sciences and arts teach together, and letting maths and mathematicians and arts and artists to learn together and learn from each other. So this is an important message here. And you also, when it breaks down actually in terms of subjects, that how mathematics located towards other subjects in the school. So you can see also that from an epistemological viewpoint, how many combinations are possible. And of course, these are not static configurations, but teachers and students are moving between these constellations, and this is how these communities can be also play a creative role in creating these kind of combinations. And when we start to take a look of the notion of creativity, so we many times tend to use creativity as a singular noun, but it's probably, according to Pamela Bernard, our colleague from Cambridge, it's the time to recognize that we need to talk about creativities as a plural noun. And we need to have a critical look that how much of these creative domains, this multiplicity of creativities, can our school environment appreciate, and how many of the social aspects and the disciplinary aspects are nurtured in our institutions. So this is also playing a critical role in this research. And we also came up in a research method, something coming from the humanistic research, rhizomatic inquiry. So you can see that this representation of this artwork here, of this many aspect as a thinking map, as a rhizomatic map, and also this is very representing that how we get to the understanding of these messages. And this is quite important components in the transdisciplinarity, and also to have the STEAM integration coming together into this multiplicity of approaches, where of course the students and the learning are in the very center, in the focus of this. So this is our campus here, where Dr. Nur Hashanah will visit soon. I hope that we can even experience this snowy experience here. And actually, these are the basic thematic emphasis in our university. You can see that these are very many ways connected to lifelong learning concepts, and mathematical thinking is playing a central role actually in whole university level. And what happens here in Finland, I try to reflect to it in the last 5 minutes of my representation. So there are many challenges coming from the digitalization of the society, and also there is a very ambitious goal in the Finnish society. We want to have that 50% of the population is ending up with a university degree in the society, and also the school leaving age is raised to 18 years now. So this means a lot of challenge, and of course these new steps and challenges just being combined with the current COVID challenge. So we had to find also new ways and testing of these preparedness of these systems. So what's happening now is also connected to the AI in the learning support, and also how these micro-credential systems can be implemented in learning processes, and also what's happening or already happened actually in Finnish education. So our schools are more resembling these networked configurations rather than these strictly hierarchical top-down level constructions. And when you see that how many different specialists with how many different foci are here involved in the schoolwork, and not everyone is even involved within the school, but also around the school, it's important that how we can connect them also into this transdisciplinary understanding. So social skills and prosociality as an attitude becomes very important on the school level, and this becomes also an important aspect of STEAM development as such. So also in terms of mathematics, the joy of learning should be in the center, and also these key competencies are very important, and also the creativity of the learning process. So this is a new publication, might be interesting for you. It's a brand new book coming out now. It's a creativity and learning, where we have also with my colleagues a new article about describing this to more details, so you can see this in more detail. So I don't go into this now, because I'm just running out of time as it seems. But to get to the point that I want to get to also what kind of new possibilities. So using 3D printer in the classroom, that became a new excitement to many of our teachers. And this again, where the real world scenarios can be combined with experiential learning. So how traditional architecture, an Egyptian collaborator of us is just decided to model together with her students in the classroom a very ancient temple from Egypt. And another colleague of ours from South Korea, he was modeling one of the most ancient astronomical architecture, and together with the students to understand all these mathematical characteristics, geometrical characteristics required, also using GeoGebra, AR, and also the 3D printer. And also students are now using 3D printers to print new games, logical games, puzzles for their classroom. They also innovate, they try to develop new games in their classroom. So these are also new possibilities, which are actually supporting very strongly this creativity agenda, also what has been introduced recently by organizations like OECD. Dr. Nur Hashana and her colleagues were also part of this panel together with OECD special director in a few months ago. So also to show some examples. So digital learning is important. So my students in the teacher education created digital learning materials that they could test even in a remote version. And their goal was to connect sustainable thinking and mathematics learning, that how much clean water is used to create a single t-shirt, for example, and how many t-shirts these children have in their classroom, and how many water has been used to create these t-shirts, and how they can use more efficiently resources. So these were the goals of fourth graders, digital math learning examples, and also to learn about the geometry of the COVID virus through hands-on modeling. That was a new opportunity. No one else wanted to learn about this, but that came quite useful actually. And also was the computational thinking aspects of suspecting to have coronavirus. So fourth graders could model it in algorithmic way, and also was the rules of safe candy eating in corona threat circumstances, or how another classroom from our students printed face shields and they sent it to the local hospital. So it was also part of geometrical modeling, and also many remote teacher development programs also in Indonesia. I'm really happy that this not stopped, and I can be with you at least in this remote way, and we can have these community experiences at least in this way as well. So I would like to thanks for your attention, and I will try to post these resources into the chat line. If you are interested, I also would like to invite you to this online STEAM seminar what we are launching and running in every month for free. So you will be welcome to contact me on this email. I will put this email also in the chat line, and I'm happy to send you all these references as well in email. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vanivesi, for your very comprehensive explanation about how the arts can be implemented into the teaching mathematics. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the session of question and answers. In these sessions, you can post your question directly into the chat room, or you can also raise your hand in order to post your question directly into our keynote speakers. So please prefer which one would you like to post your question. And you also can post your question using Bahasa, and then after that I will translate it into English, and I will post your question into our keynote speaker. So once again, please write your question into the chat box or raise your hand in order to post your question directly into our keynote speakers. While we are waiting for the questions, then probably I would like to give a little bit of sums for the keynote speakers. Today's first from Professor Olivier with a very interactive explanation about how the GeoGebra applet can be used to teach mathematics during the remote situation, okay? The remote learning, and then also how we can use it in mobile phone. Yeah, I also tried to QR code and then scan the QR code and then tried by my own mobile phone. So very, very interesting. And I would like to remind all the participants here to fill the survey, which is posted by Karin, okay, by Karin, related to the presentation from Professor Olivier's. And we see that there are so many artworks that can be used to teach mathematics, or artworks that contain mathematics that Dr. Vanivesi explained to us this afternoon, and that is very interesting. So it seems like we hope that Universitas 11 Maret also would like to initiate a kind of these projects, because we also would like to invite Professor Zod in this semester to be the inbound scholars here in 11 Maret University. Okay, let me see whether there are some participants who would like to ask questions. Okay, not yet. Probably if there is no question yet, I would like to post my question first for oh yeah, we have one question here in the chat box from Muslim Akmal. Mr. Muslim, would you like to post your question directly, or I just read your question here? I think you have the opportunity to post your question directly to Dr. Krishna. No? Okay, it seems like I will read. Oh yeah, please. Hello. Hello, Mr. Muslim Akmal. Would you like to post your question directly? Not yet. Okay, there is a question here, Dr. Vanivesi, about the scholarship. Is there any information about scholarship program or PhD program in Finland, especially for general STEM learning? And I I'm sure that he has the answer for this one.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, of course, there are PhD programs running also in our university, so you are welcome to check out the website of our university. I put it here, and there are many programs available, so yeah, you are welcome.
Yes, actually there are many opportunities to pursue the PhD program in Finland, in the physical university also. You can both seek the scholarship from our side, our government, or also from other institutions, grants institution. So, is there any more questions? So if we pay attention to our presenters today, so it seems that Professor Rana also, Dr. Christoph, has the same project related to the STEAMs in Africa. I think it is very, very interesting that if probably the project can be adopted in many other countries such as Indonesia. So is there any possibility to do that in your opinion? So Professor Olivier and also Dr. Christoph University. So probably I would like to post my question first to Professor Olivier. Hello?
Sorry, Farida, just repeat that, please. I wasn't so clear on that one.
Yeah. Okay. So, could you hear my voice clearly? You know, Professor Olivier?
It's clear now. Okay.
So, as we know that it seems there is an intersections between the project that held in South Africa, mathematics and arts. It is any possibility to adopt this such kind of project into Indonesian context. So, what is your opinion about that, or any suggestion to be able to improve in or adopt the project that what have you already done in South Africa?
Yeah, look, we'll be very interested and very excited to, extend our collaboration. And we have a partnership, actually a member of understanding with Christoph, Dr. Funwesi's experiential workshop. So it's very much possible. And I've just put my email in the chat. So if anybody would like to contact to get some more information and to explore some possibilities, it would be fantastic. And I really would like to thank the organizers also for this opportunity. It's part of a global movement within the context of STEAM education, and I think the goals are very clear and very much aligned. There is a difference, however, some subtle difference between the approaches that are possible for developing countries and for first world countries. But nevertheless, what Funwesi has presented is fantastic, visions, vistas for us to also explore how innovatively we can, make sure that there's access for the teachers and the learners in our school system and the education system in general in South Africa. So we would like to definitely extend what our experiences are, to share with whoever is interested in Indonesia, and to see what is possible in terms of maybe joint projects and particularly research, which is obviously very important in this context as well.
Thank you so much for your explanation, Professor Olivier. So, how about from your side, Dr. Funwesi?
Yes, I very much agree and see wonderful opportunities to launch this kind of projects in Indonesia. And I think Professor Olivier's experience is very important here because he managed to grow this into a whole country initiation, and also he started to interpret this as a gateway to the STEAM approach, because obviously STEAM even the word STEAM, I think it's very remote from the everyday realities of the teachers. It's not just mentioning the policies and the curricular pressure and everything what comes as an obstacle. So I learned also that we must be very careful that what kind of expectations we put on teachers, because I think there are already way too much expectations on the shoulders of teachers, and this kind of approach can turn around these dynamics, and also teachers can themselves can recognize what they have there as a resource for renewal and innovation. And in this, the cultural heritage, cultural differences, local conditions are actually welcome in this. It's not about standardization, but it's more about showing the difference through this complex work. And as I mentioned, this is a very low threshold project, and it brings a lot of basic didactics and methods with it. So actually when someone starts to do this, it starts to become a vehicle also for starting many other things, even in a very small community of teachers.
Okay, thank you so much. It seems that we have a question here from Mr. Bukhari. It seems like Mr. Bukhari raised his hand. Would you like to pose your question directly, or I just read it? Mr. Bukhari, please, you can unmute your microphone if you would like to directly pose your question. No? Okay, it seems I will read the questions. The question is that I would like to ask how widely schools in Finland have implemented the arts-based learning approach you've developed to date. Has it been implemented? Okay, so it's implemented for the elementary school or in the secondary school? Like, please, Dr. Christopher Nefesi, could you please answer this question?
Yes, sorry. Yes, actually, project-based learning has a very big past, big history in Finland, and actually the whole curriculum is encouraging project-based learning, and also with this also art-based research. It's art-based education, and actually elementary schools are in Finland even an easier field to get these approaches because it's usually there is a class teacher who takes care about teaching many different classes and to think about the connections. It's maybe less challenging for her or him. But also it's actually in the Finnish curriculum now that the teachers must collaborate, and the teachers need to follow the students' interest in collaboration. And in every school year, there is a devoted amount of time for transdisciplinary learning projects. So, and these are pointing towards the key competence development, where these key competencies and these transversal teams should be represented also on the subject level. So mathematics teaching is actually quite much transformed around this topic-based, this phenomenon-based, and this project-based learning idea. This is the situation in Finland. I know that it's very different from many other countries, but we found that these experiences can also help support those teachers who might work under different policy contexts.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, Dr. Vanifesti. Now we have another questions, but I think I will come across to Miss Ulfa Saliha first. I think this question is intended for Professor Olivier because related to the technology capabilities and also the GeoGebra. Ulfa Saliha said that the capabilities of handling technology is very important to facilitate the learning process of mathematics. But how actually, how effective is the training for the teachers to overcome the problems of the teachers or teaching staff who are not be able to operate the technology such as GeoGebra? Probably how we can train the teachers related to GeoGebra, and then can GeoGebra used in all mathematics materials, or probably the question is whether we can use GeoGebra for all strands of mathematics. Professor Olivier, could you please give us enlightenment about this?
Thank you very much for this. It's a very, very important question in the context. It's all about access and also the efficacy of the teachers to embrace this as part and parcel of their teaching and learning for the curriculum delivery, but also for STEAM activities and all the other wonderful things that we have mentioned. I can only talk about my experience and also very much limited to the context of our the challenges in our country. So in that sense, GeoGebra, we try to use GeoGebra with laptops and the offline approach, training teachers to use the actual software, also to support the assessment and graphics and all the rest for many, many years. And to an extent, we have abandoned some of that due to exactly what the question is all about, because you need quite a bit of time, and there are a lot of challenges in terms of effectively using the software offline on your laptop, and particularly if the skills, the technology skills of the teachers are not always up to standard, it makes it a huge, stumbling block. So with the advent of the cloud-based, applet approach, that makes it much, much more viable and efficient in a sense. Obviously, the design is then pre-designed, but nevertheless, the use of it is very simple, and there's much more, willingness amongst the teachers that we have dealt with over the last year or two in terms of using it. Obviously, you need to show them how and the pedagogy, but it's very simple. So the efficacy challenge can be overcome much, much easier using specialized approaches. For example, using the applets online and so on, and that makes it, much more viable. Of course, there are other challenges in terms of internet access and so on, but if that can be addressed, I think the training can be much more smooth and much more direct towards teachers embracing this particular pedagogical approach from a training point of view, because the training is much more simple and, just more linked to the pedagogy and the actual use of the applets than, for example, to be able to do all the technical aspects of using the software online installed on your own device. So that's my answer. There is still a bit of a challenge, but our excitement lies in the fact that we can also directly go to the learner, because they don't have some of these technological, impediments in terms of embracing for example, GeoGebra in the specific way that we've introduced it. So I hope that sort of clarifies some of the aspects of your question.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure it's helpful. Okay, even though that training for teachers is not a very easy problem. I think it's quite a complicated one. Okay. Now I will move to our next participants. The question from Miss Tamara from NS. She asked related to the ethnomathematics and arts. She's very interested with the ethnomathematics that also you also mentioned by now, Dr. Christophs, but the situation here in Indonesia, because the curriculum were not accommodate the blended or the intertwined between mathematics and arts, it's become two different subjects. So the question is that how the concept of math art can be applied in mathematics in lower schools based on this current situation in Indonesia. Could you please give some inspiration for this?
Yeah, thank you. This is a great question, because actually I don't know about any countries where math and art would be taught as the same subject. So I think this is the general situation everywhere. And this is not necessarily wrong. So don't get me like that, that I really appreciate that special training is needed and required in both fields. My point would be to raise the awareness and open the student eyes that they recognize these connections, and they got some support and also appreciation for their recognitions of these connections. And Tamaradita asked about the lower grades. I think this is absolutely key here, that when we look at the processes in the whole dimension of the educational continuum, so what's happening in early childhood education and how school is introducing different systems and different structures, I think we must be somehow careful also on the policy level to make these transitions very, very smooth, and to not make the mistake that to point on imagination as an enemy of mathematics. What do I mean? I just express myself very simple way that you can understand what I want to say. That we are, of course, need to use a proper language in mathematics. We use proper formula. Expressions are a very key role, but we don't want to necessarily contradict these with the imaginational resources and also the emotional resources of building some kind of relationship to this very exact world, what is mathematics, and this relationship might be built on a positive way. That's my hope. And also to give the opportunity for the children that they can do their own mathematics. And especially in younger age, they are more reminded for their achievements and not so much for their mistakes. And when the cognitive level and the cognitive development is recognized also by the activities and by the curriculum. So also we were, I think, too much focused on visual arts here, but think about movement. I think it's very challenging for small children to sit a very long time in a closed place. So why not sometimes standing up and doing some maths with our body? Of course, this geometry, what we can do with our body won't be accurate as when we think about these objects and shapes on the abstract level, but might help to build this positive relationship when, for example, a student needs to switch between two-dimensional and three-dimensional dimensions here. This very challenging switch can be maybe supported by their experience of moving in the space and shaping shapes with their bodies, and also playing with physical tessellations, like, as I know that Dr. Nurashana and also Dr. Olivier is a great friend of tessellations, also physical tessellation activities. So all these become very important, especially in the lower grades, and this has key impact on the whole attitude towards mathematics, and might help us to stop that kind of harmful process when we are actually alienating the children from mathematics. We don't want to do that, I think.
Okay, thank you so much for the enlightenment. Yeah, I agree with that. We used to believe that mathematics and art are something that is separated each other. Okay, but this is not true. Actually, we can blend it together. Okay, and we still have one more question for Mr. Setiawan Pradana. The question is that about that it seems what are the difference between STEM or STEAM, and then do you think which one better, and what the reasons? So probably Dr. Kanubasi, would you like to give some explanation about this?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so STEM is science, technology, engineering, and maths. So this is an acronym, meaning of these components. And STEAM as an acronym is different from it, that arts is also included. So that's the A standing for it, standing for arts. So actually the difference between these acronyms is this. But as I try to emphasize, we could have many other acronyms, and this expression of STEAM is probably the most useful, that we understand each other as educational researchers. What do we talking about? And arts includes like liberal arts, humanities, not only fine arts, but language arts as well, and many other aspects, and creativity as such. But this is also part of STEM, obviously. But I think what makes the difference here is that when we are emphasizing STEAM, I believe that we try to emphasize this extended integration. So we don't want that only the STEM subjects are cooperating and only the scientific engineering minded cooperations are happening, but also we want to have a dialogue and also want to involve the humanistic liberal arts specialists into this. But we could put a lot of more letters into this acronym. I think the main point is about integration, and what do we mean by collaboration, what do we mean by collaborative learning, what do we mean by collaborative problem solving, and what do we mean by collaborative teaching, and how far we can take this integration process in the everyday realities of learning.
Thank you so much. And we have, it is the kind of a comment here from Jonathan Fredericks about the pictures that you presented in your presentation. It reminds him about the Pablo Picasso painting, which has a lot of geometry shapes. So probably, Mr. Jonathan, would you like to say something directly to Dr. Crystal? Oh, no? So probably you can give a response to this statement.
Yeah, of course. Picasso, and we could mention a lot of artists here, Mondrian, but of course, not only those ones who've been using geometrical shapes very consciously, but this is, just as I thought, this is part of the inspiration and part of this imaginative resource, what we need to respect, and also what we need to point out, that these experiences are not necessarily in contradiction in what we want to achieve, even in a math classroom.
Okay, so thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, because as I realized that you were started earlier this afternoon, so I think now we come to the end of the third sessions. So before I introduce these sessions, I would like to ask Professor Olivier as well as Dr. Kanubasi in order to give a closing statement. So first, Professor Olivier, could you please to give your closing statement to us?
Thank you very much to everybody for your attention and participation, and for the opportunity to share what we do towards trying to address some of the key challenges during COVID and beyond, to integrate technology in a meaningful way to make teaching and learning more exciting for our learners, the new generation. really needs to be supported, particularly in connecting mathematics and art. And I'm also very grateful to share this platform with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Christoph University, with these wonderful additions to what I try to share. So thanks very much from my side. And we're looking forward to possible collaboration, flourishing into the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the closing statement. Now, Dr. Benefici, it's your turn to give a closing statement.
Thank you so much. Also, from my part, this is always a pleasure to meet with the Indonesian colleagues, researchers and teachers in these events. I'm really grateful for Dr. Nur Hashana and all her colleagues for so professionally managing these opportunities and maintaining this very vivid international communication and relations in the method, because as I see it, not only impacting very positively the Indonesian situation, but mutually. So we always have the opportunity to learn from your opinion, from your response, from this dialogue. And actually, my closing statement would be that that I can't wait to see your ideas about the Indonesian imaginative resources for supporting mathematics education and also the ethnomathematical heritage. You are the expert of this, and I can't wait to learn from you about this, and I can't wait to bring these learning outcomes also to other cultures, and also to revive these connections with your help. So that's my expectation to the future, also as a closing at this event. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. My deepest appreciates goes to both of the keynote speakers today, Professor Olivia and also Dr. Christoph Benefici, for very enlightening presentations and also the opportunity of become the member of the bigger network, international network, through this event. And as the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize if there is some inconvenience during the sessions. And then thank you so much also for your very active participation during the sessions. And then now I will close the session and give this time to the Master of Ceremony, Mbak Salma. Times is yours again, and see you in another opportunity. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Farida, for guiding the last plenary session today. And also thank you so much for our speakers, Professor Werner Olivier and Dr. Christoph Benefici, for the amazing explanation. So ladies and gentlemen, before we end this event, we will have a photo session. So for all of the participants, please turn your camera on, and for the committee, please help to document this session. Okay, be ready. Okay, I will start to count now. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, allow me to extend our gratitude for your kind attention and generosity to attend this event. And also thank you so much for our sponsor, IKAIGI, your conference partner specialist, ready for you at https://ikaigi.com, and Alshit's project, the best guide to managing innovative project, open partnership at https://elsyits.com. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I do apologize for any mistakes and inconvenience during today's event. Hopefully this event brings you insight that will be useful for you. Thank you so much for your participation and see you in I-CMME next year. Have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself, please. I'm Muhammad Nur Khalid from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, one of the authors of this great event. I'm pleased to be joining, as we know that this agenda invites top speakers from Indonesia and also overseas. Of course, this becomes an exciting packaging, coupled with the cooperation of proceedings such as AIP and the Atlantis Press. All guests, during the registration process until today, the committee is always ready to help me when I experience obstacles. This good service is also what you all feel. I hope the other departments will also organize an event of this magnitude, as event of this magnitude becomes one form of existence of a department. Besides that, author can disseminate the result of his research as one effort of perpetuating the name to quality writing. So, thank you. Enjoy the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lutvia Septiningrum. I am from Telkom University Information System Department. I am one of the presenter at the International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education. Thank you for the opportunity. Here I want to say that my impression of this event is very good. The organizing committee provide information and instruction quickly and easy to understand. And the material at this conference is very variative, so it motivates me to increase my curiosity in the field of mathematics, statistics, and of course in the field of education. The conference was very exciting, especially if later it could be held offline. It will be even more fun and interesting because we can meet and get to know the other presenter. Thank you once again to the I-CMME committees and all participants who have presented their knowledge here. Nice to meet you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Agus Susanto dari Universitas Bengkulu sebagai salah satu peserta I-CMME Conference di Universitas 11 Maret. Pada kesempatan ini ingin menyampaikan banyak terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada panitia seminar yang telah memfasilitasi, memberikan pelayanan yang sangat memuaskan, responsif, helpful, yang siap selalu membantu memberikan informasi yang dibutuhkan peserta seminar ketika kami mengalami kesulitan. Dalam waktu yang relatif singkat, I-CMME Conference sangat bermanfaat. Kita bisa sharing informasi, berbagi ilmu pengetahuan dari berbagai narasumber yang sangat menginspiratif, seperti apa pendidikan matematika dan matematika sekarang dan masa depan. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih, maaf jika ada khilaf, dan semoga senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat semuanya. Insya Allah ketemu pada I-CMME Conference berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdul Kohar. I am from Mathematics Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. I am a participant in this international conference of mathematics and mathematics education organized by Magister Mathematics Education Universitas 11 Maret. I am very impressed with the committee of this international seminar, who always give a quick response to the participants if there is a problem. In general, the implementation of this international seminar was very good. The speakers were very good. The committee and technical implementation were also good. Finally, congratulations to all the organizers and participants of the seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo semua, saya Kimura Patartamba dari Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Pelita Harapan. Saya senang mengikuti International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2021 ini. Saya mengikutinya sebagai presenter. Kesan saya, pelaksanaan konferensi ini sangat sistematis, panitia juga memberikan informasi sangat responsif, kemudian akomodatif, pertanyaan-pertanyaan kita cepat juga untuk ditanggapin. Jadi saya sangat senang mengikuti konferensi ini. Terima kasih buat panitia dan semua juga yang terlibat. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Maulin Nu'man. Saya mahasiswa program Doktor Prodi Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Saya berpartisipasi di International Conference ini sebagai pemakalah. Kesan saya terhadap panitia TOP BGT top banget. Panitia yang sangat cepat responnya terhadap pertanyaan, keluhan, dan bantuan-bantuan yang terhadap hambatan yang kami alami sangat membantu saya mengikuti konferensi ini. Terima kasih panitia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Muhammad I-CMME. Saya adalah salah seorang pemakalah di International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret pada tahun 2021. Saya adalah salah seorang mahasiswa S3 Pendidikan Matematika di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, dan saya juga merupakan salah seorang tenaga pengajar di Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Mataram. Izinkan saya pada kesempatan kali ini untuk menyampaikan kesan-kesan saya selama melakukan kegiatan seminar ini. Pada intinya, saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa kesan yang saya miliki terhadap penyelenggaraan International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education pada tahun 2021 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret adalah kesan yang cukup positif. Pertama, informasi yang diungkapkan atau yang terdapat di dalam website cukup membantu saya mulai dari tahapan pembuatan akun sampai dengan penguploadan abstrak, penguploadan full paper, melakukan pembayaran sampai dengan pada penguploadan video dan penyelenggaraan seminar ini cukup komprehensif di sana. Semua prosedur, semua langkah-langkah dan informasi yang ada cukup tersedia maksimal di website tersebut. Selanjutnya saya ingin mengucapkan atau memberikan apresiasi yang cukup besar kepada panitia penyelenggara yang mungkin diwakili oleh admin yang ada di International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education ini. Admin memberikan respon yang cukup cepat, memberikan respon yang tepat ketika kami, mungkin khususnya saya, ketika mengalami masalah pada saat penguploadan paper. Sebagai contoh, saya pernah mengalami kendala ketika mengupload paper. Menyikapi hal tersebut, saya langsung menghubungi admin, dan admin tanpa membutuhkan waktu yang cukup lama, mungkin sekitar 5-10 menit, sudah memberikan respon dan memberikan solusi kepada saya terkait permasalahan yang saya alami. Selanjutnya, pengingat yang diberikan oleh admin pun cukup memberikan pengaruh yang banyak kepada saya. Mungkin ketika batas pembayaran atau batas pengumpulan abstrak, batas pengumpulan full paper, dan lain sebagainya, atau pengunggahan video, admin memberikan atau menjadi pengingat yang cukup tepat, sehingga kami bahkan tidak ada yang sampai telat melakukan pengumpulan video. Baiklah, mungkin hanya itu kesan-kesan yang bisa saya berikan terhadap penyelenggaraan International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education pada tahun 2021 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas 11 Maret. Pada intinya, saya selaku pemakalah mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak panitia dan penyelenggara kegiatan seminar ini. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat bagi kita semua. Amin ya robbal alamin. Yang terhormat Bapak Rektor dan seluruh sivitas akademika Universitas 11 Maret, khususnya program studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika, Ibu Bapak narasumber, seluruh tim panitia International Conference of Mathematics and Mathematics Education, serta teman-teman presenter dan partisipan I-CMME. Tidak mengurangi rasa hormat, mohon izin saya akan berbicara menggunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih komunikatif. Perkenalkan, saya Nani Ratnaningsih dari Program Studi Pendidikan Matematika Universitas Siliwangi, Kota Tasikmalaya, Jawa Barat, Indonesia. Saya daftar sebagai presenter dalam kegiatan I-CMME ini, mengucapkan selamat kepada seluruh panitia I-CMME. Semoga kegiatannya diberikan kemudahan, kelancaran, dan sukses sampai publish. Saya menyambut baik dan memberikan apresiasi dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya terhadap kegiatan I-CMME ini, karena kegiatan ini dapat memfasilitasi kami sebagai dosen maupun sebagai mahasiswa S1, S2, dan S3 dalam mendiseminasikan hasil riset ataupun ide lainnya. Kesan saya mengikuti kegiatan I-CMME ini sejak mulai registrasi, kemudian submit abstrak, upload full paper, dan upload video presentasi tidak mengalami kendala yang berarti. Hal ini dikarenakan semua informasi, penjelasan, schedule, dan lain-lain sudah ada di web. I-CMME sudah terdeskripsi dengan sangat jelas. Selain itu, ada grup khusus presenter di WhatsApp. Setiap hari, pagi, siang, sore, atau malam, panitia selalu mengingatkan kami. Update informasi, progres submit abstrak, upload full paper, kemudian upload video presentasi. Apabila kami mengalami kendala, langsung diarahkan sama panitia yang ada di grup tersebut. Pokoknya pelayanan dari panitia luar biasa, melayani kami setiap saat, siang dan malam. Kami merasa terbantu, senang, dan memberikan apresiasi. Sukses I-CMME 2021. Mantap!
Universitas 11 Maret merupakan salah satu dari 12 perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum di Indonesia yang menjadi pilihan prioritas bagi para calon mahasiswa baru dengan visinya yaitu menjadi pusat pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni yang unggul di tingkat internasional dengan berlandaskan pada nilai luhur budaya nasional. Program studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika ikut serta berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan universitas.
Visi program studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret adalah menjadi pusat pengembangan pendidikan matematika yang unggul dan bereputasi internasional dengan berlandaskan pada nilai-nilai luhur budaya nasional. Adapun untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, maka Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret mempunyai misi yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan bimbingan yang efektif dan efisien dalam rangka menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Yang kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian pendidikan matematika dalam upaya memberikan kontribusi dalam pemecahan masalah yang terkait dengan pendidikan matematika. Dan yang ketiga, menyelenggarakan kegiatan kemitraan dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang pendidikan matematika yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat.
Jadi waktu saya di Kalimantan, saya kuliah di Kalimantan,
kebanyakan dosen saya itu lulusan dari Magister Pendidikan Matematika di UNS ini. Jadi sini dari segi biaya juga terjangkau dan kualitasnya juga bagus gitu. Dan juga banyak buku referensi ketika saya S1 itu karangan atau penerbitnya dari UNS. Seperti buku metode penelitian saya waktu S1 itu juga hasil atau produksi dari UNS. Dan juga salah satu aspek penting yang membuat saya yakin untuk memilih lanjut kuliah di UNS itu karena kampusnya yang nyaman ya, hijau, green campus, udaranya juga segar, dan juga of course hidup biaya di Solo itu sangat murah dan kuotanya sangat nyaman.
Pembelajaran banyak dilaksanakan secara blended learning, yaitu mengkombinasikan antara pembelajaran tatap muka dan pembelajaran online. Dengan tenaga pendidik sebanyak 15 dosen yang bergelar doktor dari berbagai disiplin ilmu dan 2 diantaranya bergelar guru besar, menjadikan pembelajaran yang dilaksanakan lebih berkualitas.
Selama masa pandemi COVID-19, pembelajaran dilakukan secara online dengan combine antara sinkronus dan asinkronus. Kemudian mahasiswa menjadi lebih aktif karena sering dilakukan diskusi, serta dosen-dosennya sangat ramah dan selalu bersedia memberikan bantuan. Hal ini meningkatkan semangat kami mahasiswa untuk belajar.
Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret mempunyai tujuan untuk menghasilkan 1. Lulusan yang memiliki kemampuan dalam merencanakan, melaksanakan, mengembangkan pendidikan matematika. 2. Penelitian yang inovatif dalam bidang pendidikan matematika. 3. Karya-karya pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan matematika. Dan 4, kerjasama dengan berbagai lembaga pendidikan dan non-pendidikan, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Dosen dan mahasiswa program studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret berperan aktif dalam kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Selain itu juga aktif dalam kegiatan ilmiah dan publikasi ilmiah, serta penulisan buku-buku untuk rujukan di perguruan tinggi.
Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret didukung dengan kepemimpinan yang mengutamakan nilai kejujuran dan kerja keras, yang ditunjukkan dengan sikap-sikap antara lain dengan berkata, bertindak, dan bersikap dengan benar, dan terbuka bagi seluruh unsur sivitas akademika.
Berdiri sejak tahun 2001, Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas 11 Maret telah meluluskan lebih dari 1.000 mahasiswa yang ikut serta dalam mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa.
Banyak hal yang saya dapatkan selama mengikuti perkuliahan di S2 Pendidikan Matematika UNS. Salah satunya memperoleh informasi dan wawasan mengenai perkembangan pendidikan matematika. Di samping dapat memperdalam keilmuan saya mengenai kependidikan dan kematematikaan.
Selama saya kuliah di S2 Pendidikan Matematika UNS pada tahun 2006-2008, saya merasa bahwa kuliah di S2 Pendidikan Matematika UNS ini adalah, kalau saya menyebutnya adalah kuliah beneran. Selain diberikan ilmu dan materi pendidikan matematika, kita juga diberikan penguatan pendidikan karakter bagi mahasiswanya. Karena di S2 Pendidikan Matematika Universitas 11 Maret ini juga ditekankan adanya kedisiplinan bagi para mahasiswanya.
Keterkaitan dengan berbagai ilmu yang telah disampaikan sesuai dengan perkembangan pembelajaran yang terjadi pada saat itu. Dan pembelajaran yang disampaikan sangat sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman pada waktu itu. Pelayanan yang disampaikan pada mahasiswa pasca sarjana, terutama di pendidikan matematika, sangat baik sekali. Pembimbing, baik pembimbing 1 dan pembimbing 2, sangat memberi motivasi yang baik, sehingga saya bisa selesai tepat waktu. Terus dikembangkan dan terus melayani mahasiswa yang sebaik mungkin, dan terus maju selamanya.
Dalam upaya untuk meningkatkan kualifikasi akademik dosen, maka salah satu program studi, yaitu program studi pendidikan matematika, maka dosen-dosen yang ada pada program studi tersebut sebanyak 9 dosen tetap. Alhamdulillah ada 6 dosen yang merupakan alumni dari pasca sarjana S2 UNS Surakarta. Kami dari lembaga mengucapkan banyak terima kasih pada UNS yang telah membekali dosen-dosen kami dalam rangka untuk meningkatkan kompetensi dosennya untuk memberikan bekal pada mahasiswa agar menjadi lulusan yang terbaik.
Hello mates, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself please. I'm Muhammad Nur Khalid from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, one of the authors of this great event. I'm pleased to be joining, as we know that this agenda invites top speakers from Indonesia and also overseas. Of course, this becomes an exciting packaging, coupled with the cooperation of proceedings such as AIP and the Atlantis Press. All guests, during the registration process until today, the committee is always ready to help me when I experience obstacle. This good service is also what you all feel. I hope the other departments will also organize an event of this magnitude, especially in Indonesia, because organizing an event of this magnitude becomes one form of existence of a department. Besides that, author can disseminate the result of his research as one effort of perpetuating the name to quality writing. So, thank you. Enjoy the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lutvia Septiningrum. I am from Telkom University Information System Department. I am one of the presenter at the International Conference Mathematics and Mathematics Education. Thank you for the opportunity. Here I want to say that my impression of this event is very, very good. The organizing committee provide information and instruction quickly and easy to understand. And the material at this conference is very, very variative, so it motivates me to increase my curiosity in the field of mathematics, statistics, and of course in the field of education. The conference was very, very exciting, especially if later it could be held offline. It will be even more fun and interesting because we can meet and get to know the other presenter. Thank you once again to the I-CMME committees and all participants who have presented their knowledge here. Nice to meet you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Agus Susanto dari Universitas Bengkulu sebagai salah satu peserta I-CMME Conference di Universitas 11 Maret. Pada kesempatan ini ingin menyampaikan banyak terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada panitia seminar yang telah memfasilitasi, memberikan pelayanan yang sangat memuaskan, responsif, helpful, yang siap selalu membantu memberikan informasi yang dibutuhkan peserta seminar ketika kami mengalami kesulitan. Dalam waktu yang relatif singkat, I-CMME Conference sangat bermanfaat. Kita bisa sharing informasi, berbagi ilmu pengetahuan dari berbagai narasumber yang sangat menginspiratif seperti apa pendidikan matematika dan matematika sekarang dan masa depan. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih, maaf jika ada khilaf, dan semoga senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat semuanya. Insya Allah ketemu pada I-CMME Conference berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdul Kohar. I am from Mathematics Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. I am a participant in this international conference of mathematics and mathematics education organized by Magister Mathematics Education Universitas 11 Maret